Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, October the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Great, thank you very much. Okay, let's take a look at what is happening. Well, this is obviously the big mover so far. One of them, actually there's one that's even up a lot more, but anyway, ZDGE actually is an earnings play, 9.5 million in the float, so it's a low float situation. Interesting to me, look at this daily chart. So this is yesterday's candle. Look at all the volume that came in. This does not trade that much. Had 500,000 shares yesterday. It's already up to 3.7 million today. But of interest is that, a lot of people were getting in this ahead of earnings, and anybody who held, and I never hold through earnings, but anybody who held this one through earnings is awfully happy. So they released earnings after hours. That's that mauve area right here. Released earnings after hours. Looks like it hit 339 after hours yesterday. Pulled back somewhat, but it is just ripping again this morning. So this is ZDGE. Don't know anything about this company. I did see them yesterday because of the volume surge, but other than that, really don't know anything about this company. I mean, I know I can read the news and all, but don't think I've really seen them before. But it's certainly having its day today. Now, if you look at the monthly chart, 367, that area looks like pretty good resistance. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but once the market opens, let's see how this works. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so there is that. So let's take a look at some of the other ones. Another earnings play, SCKT. And another one up 165%, a huge volume. So there's the float, 4.6 million in the float, 25 million have traded already. That's almost 6 times the float already. Huge gap. It's a lot like the zero hedge. Now this one looks like it has some resistance in this area around 450. It's probably might take a bit to get even through 4. Another one that is not shortable for me. Yeah, we don't really teach candlestick training, learning, and all this, but Prana. But I mean, there's tons of stuff out there on the internet. I mean, there might be some people here who are going to direct you to a book, Candlestick Learning. Just do a Google search on that. MDGS. Welcome, by the way, hello, Real. MDGS, big fizzle right here. Another one that was not shortable for me. I was salivating over this one. MDGS, some kind of now the deal they've got, Scout, which is a pink sheet stock, I guess owns 51% of them. Something to do with NASA. I just briefly read the headlines. Anyway, this is a big fizzle right now, MDGS. Intel, yeah, Intel had earnings, INTC. Well, ZDGE is now over 3. Yeah, Intel earnings, big gap down. That's a big gap down. I mean, 4.2 billion in the float. Big gap down for Intel. Look at this. I mean, it's almost at that 20-day low, or not, excuse me. It's not the 20-day low. Actually, it is the 20-day low. But look at this. 47.33. So, as Real says, this could be a short if it takes that out. Mist. Let's see. Mist is a small one. It's a gap down. One of these financings. Wow, look at this. Somebody's going to have to explain this to me. So Mist did a financing, 3.8 million shares at 525, and another one that just, who cares, right? Bouncing off that financing price. SMIST. Now that is shortable, so I'm going to keep an eye on this one. See if it starts to fade back or it gets closer to that financing price of 525. DOGS, Dogs. This is a China stock. Dogs is a China stock, and some kind of a partnership with, I think, another pet food company in China. So it had a nice little pop up to 310. It's a big pullback, and now that one is shortable also for me, Interactive Brokers. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying I'm going to short it It's just of interest to me to see how much more downward pressure can there be by people piling into a short. Meanwhile, ZDGE. Well, I mean, here is the next area that of potential resistance, 363. What a move, 100% already, and it's an earnings play. Sava. Now, here's a very aggressive price target put on by Cantor Fitzgerald. I think that's the only reason this has popped up. Initiating coverage, and with a very aggressive $24 price target for Sava. I think it's a virus play also. SLDB, now this could be interesting. I mean, it already is interesting. It's up 18%. It's starting to fade a little bit though. So SLDB, their news is a $40 million upfront payment, a collaboration with Rare, R-A-R-E. The stock is way up here, so they have a collaboration with Rare. Excuse me, they received a $40 million upfront payment. Potential royalties down the road, $255 million. But it is fading quite a bit here. I mean, this is hit a high of 523, so I mean, there's $1.20, almost $1.20 off. EVK. Now, okay, it is up, but this was also up to 471 pre-market. I mean, it's still up 16%, a lot of volume. It's a low float. Of course, this one was a screamer yesterday, 678, got all the way up there, but it faded horribly. Traded all the way back down here. I mean, look at this move. So, I mean, I've got it in here just in case. I suppose it rallies a little bit, but doesn't look good right now. I had this best. I thought I was actually going to take this one on this little move here. I was going to take this one. Then I looked at the float, 241 million in the float. It's a China stock. It is a China stock, so you have to see. I mean, the China stocks have been really alive this week for sure. If this has room, but again, 241 million in the float, so hard to know if it's really going to rally that much more. Yeah, I mean, I know Gilead. I always forget, was in the news. It's a nice gap up. It's a big float. You know, obviously a virus, big virus play. And let's see. Oh, LLNW. There's another one that I spotted. Another earnings play. Big gap down on earnings after hours. It's down 20%. And another one, another little earnings play. CLPS, Clips. Another one though, again, you see a lot of these, they're popping up 580, but it's given up $1. Released earnings after hours yesterday. It's a low float though, 4.9 million in the float. It is another China stock. No, I didn't. Well, I was almost going to take Best, and then I got interested in Best right here, right there. And I saw it was consolidating a lot, and I looked at this. I thought, okay, maybe it'll start going. But then I looked at the float, and I don't know, 240 million in the float for a $3 stock. So I passed on it. So I didn't do anything in the pre-market. Now, here's also, you don't have to do the same thing, but I have now dropped the time that this is going to open. First of all, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, you just have to click from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and Barry's watch list, okay? And you'll get these 3 windows. And remember, now everything in here is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have 1 layout loaded at a time, so your layout would be replaced. Again, that's okay as long as you saved it to the cloud. I did make a change here. You don't have to do the same thing, but I have changed the time that you will start to see stocks in here, and I've changed it. I just picked 7 minutes. I mean, it's not down from 15 minutes. I may even next week drop it to nothing. One of the reasons way back when I was just demonstrating how you can auto trade stuff, I was auto trading these. And that's why I put a 15-minute delay on it, because, obviously in the first 15 minutes things can go up and down. So that's why I decided. But, I'm not auto trading, so it doesn't really matter. So I decided what I'm doing today. You don't have to do the same thing, but if you right click configure, and I have changed this, and I picked 7. I mean, I could have picked 5, obviously. I just want to see what sort of alerts we get, see how much they run from there, or is it still a little too frothy? So I'm just doing that. You don't have to do the same thing. Okay. I saw you had TRTN, GNTX. I haven't gone. I'm sure it's here somewhere. I just haven't. Here's one that to me it's quite unbelievable. I mean, here's Samuel Adams, $1,000 stock. Okay, that's one thing. That's one thing. But look at the float, 9 million in the float. Look what it has done since the pandemic started. So there's March, April. The low was $346, $1,000. Crazy, 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 crazy. But I also cannot believe the float for Sam Adams. 9 million with it for $1,000 stock. But it is an earnings play today. All right, let me just take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. And keeping with the pattern, seems like this has been, at least for the last month or so, quite a few more upgrades and downgrades. So let me get them into the room. Yeah, and why 7? Lucky 7. Okay, there was no other. I just really want to see if it's going to make any difference. Catching them early, as long as they can keep running a bit. All right, I'll start getting some of these upgrades in. I think Mattel is an earnings play. M-A-T-T. I may be wrong. I know I saw it. I did see it after hours yesterday doing something. You see, PHM has a couple of upgrades. PHM, Pulte Group. Okay, I'm just going to check to see is there any movement there. All right, so there are some of the upgrades. Mattel did have earnings. Okay, thank you. And let's just take a look at PHM. A couple of upgrades I noticed for PHM. A little bit of movement, not much. And now let's take a look at the downgrades. Not very many. What? They're downgrading Best Buy. The nerve. For those of you who don't know, that's my favorite store. Okay, there we go. There are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning. All right, so this best is starting to fade a little bit. This might actually turn into a short, guys. It is a short available at Interactive Brokers, but don't know yet. Yeah, that's just a service from briefing.com. Okay, Adam. It's free. You can sign up for it from briefing.com. I use it because for me, it's the simplest way because they deliver to my email at about 10 after 9 every morning. So I don't really have to search. Does it have every single upgrade and downgrade? No, but it has a sufficient list. Sometimes you can pick up something that's kind of interesting when you see an upgrade or downgrade. Sava is starting to fade here. I'm always amused when these analysts come out. It's one thing to initiate a buy, but then put to such an aggressive price target of 24, basically 2.5 times. Briefing.com. Briefing.com. The pop-up from Trade Ideas website had your picks. Huh? I don't know what you're talking about exactly. Are you talking about these scans? Well, are you a subscriber? I mean, this is just part of the scans that we use in the pre-market. Okay, so all these scans are available. All you have to do is click on the scans tab. Okay, like I'm sharing a lot of scans, just click on the scans tab. The pre-market actives and pre-market up and down, they're there. Or you can click on the room drive icon. Click on the room drive icon. And scans that I share, download. They are all there also. That'll go to a Word document. You can copy the link and load it from the toolbar. File load from cloud. Okay. Good morning. Somebody's always in a good mood to see me this morning. You guys can probably hear my dog in the background. Very happy dog, yes. All right, guys. So Real's talking about Triton. Okay, well, let's see. I mean, as I said, it's light volume right now. It is an earnings play, October 23rd, so it is an earnings play. Pre-market, this light volume so far. That's why it's not showing up on my scans, because I do have a minimum volume. Okay, so in Martin, there are only 2 options available on our charts. Right click, okay, right click, where it says properties, go down to properties, and symbol linking. So you can either check it, or you can have it unchecked. So obviously, I have checked it for all these time frames here, and I have it unchecked for the SPY because I do not want it. Of course, I don't want the SPY to change. I want to see the SPY all the time, okay? And also, guys, today I'm using I'm going to call it the test AI today. Not even going to look at the other one. I want to see what sort of results we get. If you were in the room yesterday, you know I talked about it. I talked about it in the video last night. And if all goes well, we will be using that one for the test drive. And in fact, what I want to do, put the link into the room for the test drive. I'll explain what I'm talking about once I get the link in. All right, so if you click on the next test drive sign up, the test drive will start on November the 9th. It'll go to the 20th. That is 2 full trading weeks. And for $8.99, you'll be given access to our full premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. Okay. We haven't had a test drive in quite a while, actually. We normally do them 4 times a year, once a quarter. But we did not do, I think the next one in theory would have been in September, but we did not do it. So anyway, a lot of people have asked, when is the next test drive? So all you have to do, is just fill out the form, and probably about a week before the test drive starts, you'll be sent an email with the sign up details. Also open to anybody who has a premium service. Also open to those of you who have our standard service. You can upgrade for those 2 weeks to the premium service. It will cost $8.99, but just a minute. Just 1 second, please. I'm just doing an email here. Okay, what time is it now? Wow, sorry about that, guys. The market's opened. Okay, let's have a great end to this trading week. Or you can't. It's not. It's in beta. Not, I wouldn't even call it in beta stick. It's not available yet. Okay, so okay. So let's see what. So I'm going to be a little interested to see what happens here. I've knocked the delay down from 15 minutes to 7 minutes. I want to see what happens today. Well, that's a good testimonial. Okay. Okay, guys, there's SCKT right at this level here. There's that high in that monthly chart. And the power of the low float, 4.6 million in the float. Look at this, 33 million already traded. Only 4 million in the, little over 4 million in the float. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm just lots going on in the. Wow, look at socket. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Wow, but look at socket. Look at that, 440. It gets all the way down to 382. And TC just got halted. DOGZZ is bouncing off the lows now. They did a China stock, not a super low. I mean, you know, we're getting jaded here. Unless it's 2 or 3 million, we think it's a big float. But 16 million is still very low, and so they've done some kind of a collaboration with another Chinese company. It's a pet food company or pet sector company. Look at American Airlines. These airlines. American had earnings yesterday. Yeah, little pop. Wow, actually, pretty nice pop here for Best. It's a China company. It's a big float, though. That's the kind of thing that was kind of dissuading me. I mean, most of those other these Chinese companies that were active this week, very low floats. I mean, 241 million in the float is a big float for a company of only only a $3 stock. There's one reason why you don't want to go in early. Look at this. So ZDGE 327 comes all the way back down here. Wow, dogs. Oh. Again, the Resistance for this one could be, look at that monthly chart. Could be around that 4 level. So it just briefly took out the pre-market high. Now it's over the pre-market high for DOGZ. LL and W. It is shortable now again. Well, it's at the 20-day low. I think that is incorrect. That was the 20-day low, way here. This might be the 20-week low. All right, Mattel, I mentioned, is an earnings play. Mattel, I think it had an upgrade. MAT. And a nice, well, okay, take a look at this. This is a 14, like 15 to me looks like a really, really tough one to get through for Mattel. I mean, it still has a little bit of room to get there from 14.25, but look at Best, right back down. Look at this. Huh. And it is shortable. There, our friend JMIA. Look at this now. Taking up, remember this day here? It looked like it was all over, down to $14. JMIA is now taking that out 2 days ago, 3 days ago high, 17.13. Well, this is definitely the China play so far of the day. Dogs, DOGZ. It's not a financial. All right, so there, as I said, I dropped it from 15 to 7 minutes just to see what might happen, getting earlier alerts to see if they can sustain themselves a little bit. So 319, so what did it get up to? 343. That wouldn't have been too bad. And it's a good spread too, only a penny. But remember, as a watch list, so it might come back down. All right, and then if it pops up over 319 again, it's kind of why I'm doing this. There's American Airlines. Wow, look at this. Look at this gap down here. They had earnings yesterday. I mean, look, reasonable. There's that green candle yesterday. That's yesterday. And now look at this. Yeah, another fairly big float though too. Yeah, that's TC, a China stock. It's in the automotive sector. Look, well, I don't know. Home decoration products and automotive services. Well, I guess covering everything. Looks like it's more in the automotive sector. Yeah, I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't worry about the short float percent. You could just change the short float itself, the number of shares, and you can pick, what number you want. All right, Mattel on the move here. MAT on the move. Again, I think there's probably a lot of resistance. Very close. I mean, there's a high right there is 1482. High right there is 1483, 1477, and 1475. So we're getting close to this. Is what I consider this a lot of resistance on that monthly chart for Mattel. So let's see if it can get, the closer this gets, this could turn into a pretty interesting short. All right, so mist is now starting to maybe drift down to the financing. 525 is the financing. I'm going to put an alert down here, 584. Yeah, so, and Martin, I made a change in mind. Okay, if you didn't make the change, don't worry about it. Okay, just this is an experiment for me. Notice here I had an alert at 9:37. I dropped the delay from 15 minutes to 7 minutes just to see what would happen. You don't have to do the same thing. There's a smile. There's SDC on the way down. Piggybacked a little bit on Align's earnings yesterday and then faded all day and looks like it wants to continue SDC. All right, is this halted on the way up? Okay, guys, this is okay. Another China. Of course, this was super active. How many days ago? 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago. Got all the way up to $13. Big pop here. Again, not a super low float. 38 million in the float. Well, so much for that news on SLDB. 50 million upfront payment. I guess the market doesn't care. 40 million. Did I say 50? $40 million upfront payment from RARE, R-A-R-I, R-A-R-E. So, for instance, this would not trigger if you're stuck on, well, if you most of you will still have the 15-minute, so that would not trigger unless it got back up to 343. So for a very quick trade, would have worked, okay, 319, and it got up to 342. Well, Esther, I don't think much of it because, I mean, look at all, I mean, if it gets through that resistance, maybe, but look at all the resistance for Mattel at just around $15. So I don't, personally, I don't think it's a great look for a swing. It has to get up through all of this. That's my opinion. All right, CLPS. Now this hit a high in the pre-market of 572. It is an earnings play. It is a China stock. Yes, it's a China stock. Now this is a low float, 4.9 million in the float. Market is starting to fade a little bit here, so the tech is down, probably Intel causing a lot of that. Dow was up a little bit, SPY's up a little bit, but starting to fade a little bit here. There is CLPS. Okay, well, again, 480. So, I mean, for quick pops, we got to be quick. $480, now it's at 520. So, kind of liking this for maybe quick trades right off the bat. But you've got to be very aware of what's happening. You can't walk away from your computer. Now, I did see BIMI this morning. I saw this and I saw it pull it right back down. It got as high as 270 and then it pulled it right back down to 220. Again, it's a China stock. You know, along with a lot of those other China stocks. Big moves, I think that's Monday. That's Monday. A lot of China stocks did this on Monday. Now it's through the 200-day moving average. And I'm talking BIMI for those of you who cannot see my screen. I'm watching how well this CLPS holds 5. It does have some room. Take a look at that monthly chart. Right there is 508. So if it can clear 508, the next high is way up here at 886. Back the weekly chart up a little bit, 575. So if it can clear 508 well, this has some room on the weekly and of course on the monthly for CLPS. Just waiting to see how well it holds 5. So again, I'm not telling you to take it. I'm just pointing out things that I'm seeing. Boy, that best just collapsed. I mean, looked like it was ready to roll a little bit, and then all of a sudden, look at all the selling that came in. I mean, there's a high of 367. It goes all the way down to 330. I mean, these are big percentage moves down. So did KXIN, it opened. Well, the next high looking left on that daily chart is 7, approximately 7. Now this is a big float, but look at this RWT. I guess this is a REIT of some sort, but it's through the 200-day moving average. But more importantly, look at the room it's got on that weekly chart. The next high looking left is 913. But if it can clear that, I mean, look at all the room it's got. RWT. Okay, so LLNW, an earnings play, and it is getting, well, it's right at that area, 444. That was the low looking left on that weekly chart. Takes that out. It has a lot of room still if it wants to run. Okay, I thought CLPS might want to run. It's still kind of, you got the bid ask 2 cents right now. Boy, they're really messing around with that bid ask on CLPS. No shorts available for me. It's still, man, it's talking about CLPS. Ah, man, it's still very. You can see it's settled down just a little bit here. CLPS. It still has some room up to the 570, 577 or so, looking left on that weekly chart. Well, I don't know. Didn't even see it in the. Oh, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. I mean, obviously, it's not. You're hoping that it bounces. I have no idea. I mean, it had its day, like a lot of them on Monday, but no follow through today yet. All right, so market is just drifting down a little bit. First half an hour, a couple of red candles on the SPY. Nothing from the. I'm gonna have to check here. Wow, look at this. I mean, good. I mean, just when you thought this one probably was over, CKT. Look at the volume that just came in, and it's an earnings play. This is an earnings play, but I mean, you got to be so careful. I mean, 450 right back down to 4. Boy, we've had some pretty choppy action here on some of these ones that I was following. Okay, now I'm hoping this settles down just a little bit, the CLPS, and maybe gets back up into the 20s with a tight spread, and then we get some volume to pop it through. That's kind of what I'm waiting on to see if that happens. Boiler, that's not you, is it? Ah, okay. All right, guys, I'm actually looking now at an Ozark short, OZK. What's the volume like? And it's an earnings play. This is coming from the new AI. It's a short. I'm not doing it yet. It is, John. Man, oh man, blast from the past. How you doing, Boiler? Nice to see you. One moment, please. Going great. Boy, it's going great. Nice to see you. Hope everything is going well with you. I mean, look how choppy this BIMI 271 right back down to 230. So let's take a look at the socket 441. Yeah, I mean, there's very choppy. However, if it gets back up to 441, it may have a bit of a run left in it. No, no, Boiler. It's still. I'll give you if you want to. We've got two rooms going. Okay, so that's more the room you'd be used to. A lot more activity in it. Guys, CLPS is, but look at that bottoming tail. I mean, it gets all the way down to 480, then pops right up back up to 530. You know, I'd like to see it settle down just a little bit. I may not get my wish, but I mean, that's we live and die with these low floats. 4.9 million in the float, that's what can happen. Okay, well, it's it's just wow, it's just popping around a lot still. Lots of volume coming in. Okay, for DOGZ, I am going to put an alert up right where the alert happened the first time. Okay, and see if it recovers. Because this does have some room. Another halt. Okay, this is again so many of these now. So this is another one of the SPACs, guys. It just opened. I'm just there's so many now. I don't know. There's probably 100, if not more. Well, I've suggested it, but you know what to put in. I would probably be able to create that. I know I could create a symbol list with them in there. Yeah, remember I mentioned RWT is inching a little bit here. Snow, so it is starting to drift down. Mm-hmm. Well, look at JMIA, guys. I mean, again, it's doing its thing in terms of being up and down, up and down. But as a longer term play, as we talked about it right this week here, it's been pretty darn good. Basically, a double. I was talking about as a particular, as something you might want to look as a swing trade. Still has a little bit of room. You just have to be able to hang on to the froth of it. I mean, it still has room. I mean, look, $21 right there, and 23. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about weekly chart resistance. There it goes, guys. CLPS. It is still frothy. It has not settled down really. Now, wow, okay. It's not shortable for me either. All right, now it is motoring CLPS. Keep an eye on this TCON. It's right in. Sorry, it's not. That's not the 200-day. Um, okay, this is shortable for me. Not very much volume, but it's a low. It's a low float. Ah. All right, guys. So I was able to. Gee, it took a bit, even though this is not up or down 10%. I am actually in this Ozark short OZK. I'm just testing this. The alert was at 25.04. I got it just underneath 25. Bit of a spread, but I'm going to see if this starts to move down now. And that is from the new test AI. I'm going to call it. Now the other one, which I did not take, was a little bit choppy, but oh, I see what's happening. Guys, CLPS is a bona fide winner now. Right there, 480. All right, guys, I'm just really interested to see if this Ozark can give it up. We had some yesterday. The majority of the alerts from the test AI, as I'm going to call it, were shorts, and same today. It actually had a short TRTN at 38.93. I did not take that one, TRTN at 38.93. That's what I'm talking about. I don't mind showing you, but there was a short 38.93, 38.29. That has to get updated a bit. And there's the short I took, 25.04, 24.90 now for Ozark. Well, again, guys, it was a winner, but you got to be quick. CLPS. So you just can't, as I know I say it every day, you cannot walk away from your computer when you're in a stock like this with only 4.9 million in the float. Wonder why, Broiler? I don't know why you're having trouble. All right, MRIN, which again, one of the, well, it did its thing 2 days ago. MRIN, trying to crawl back, had a big down day yesterday, trying to crawl back, MRIN. Okay, this is another, I mean, I'll just show it to you. I mean, this is another potential short, 34.90. This is from the, again, I'll call it the test AI. It's not an earnings play. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be, of course. So you can kind of see what these are looking for. Shorting these tops. Wow, APTO. Weak, weak, weak. So what sort of support? Maybe around 490 for APTO. It's not an earnings play. Don't know why it's moving down, but must be some news out there for this big percentage move down. So there might be some support right around that 5 level for APTO. All right, so some bottoming tails on the SPY. You know, the seller's been trying, but the buyers have been trying to move it up a little bit. Some bottoming tails. Let's see what happens with this one. This is the third 15-minute candle. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, Preston, it's tough. I mean, you get so much space. I mean, not every day is, but this has been a look how whippy some of these ones we were I was following anyway in the pre-market. Look how whippy they are. I mean, it still hasn't settled down. I mean, look at clips. I mean, my goodness, $6 back down to 5, just like that. I mean, but again, low float. I may have taken the wrong one from that new AI. The Triton, I just thought it was a little. Where's the. All right, guys. I'm out of the. I'm out of it. OZK. I may take a look at it later. See if it takes this out again. Had a little scalp in it, but I was looking for a lot more. So I was in at 24.95. Took about a 10-cent loss on it, but I'm going to keep an eye on it, see if it breaks down again. All right, Bloomin', look at Bloomin' here. BLMN on the way down. This is actually, I didn't see this in the pre-market, really was sort of spotty trading. This is an earnings play, and look at it now. Sort of a little break out of that 5 minute. Well, this was a good short from that new AI. You would have a little bit of, well, you would have suffered a little bit there, but not much. The short was at 38.93. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on a couple of other ones from this, the test AI. So I might get back into this one. I'd like to see this one get back into maybe the 2480s OZK and fade more. All right, guys. I actually, these are the problem is that most of these ones from the new AI are a little bit out of the price range that I like. I did, so I sort of, as I say, grin and bared it. APPS, the alert was at 33.49 to go long. And I actually took a little bit of this. I'm out of it. This is what I'm talking about right there. 33.49. So I just sort of traded out of that. But this is the one I'm really interested in, is the Ozark. I want to see if it can capitulate somewhat. Especially if the market keeps moving down. So this is an earnings play also. I did see this one pre-market. It's a big float. CLF is an earnings play. It's a big float, pulled back, starting to move a little bit here. Just didn't like, this monthly chart. Thought there might be too much resistance, and especially with that big float for a $6, $8 stock, almost 400 million in the float. It'll take a bunch to move it. Okay, so I cannot ever make a recommendation like that. Okay, I'm not. You like CLPS. I mean, look, the longer it bases here, first of all, there would be no reason, in my opinion, to buy it right now. Okay, we still don't know what direction. If it bases here for a while, just at 5, and then you get some volume and it pops, yeah, maybe, but that's not a recommendation. I mean, it's just basing, it's not doing anything. Well, what a slide on this one. I mean, I actually thought this news might help at least sustain it, SLDB, but not even close. Now that I was looking at was a 2 minute chart. Just look at it. I mean, it just flattening out right at 5. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Back in that Ozark, just underneath 25. Want to see if it moves down now. That's a OZK. Okay, so what happened to Mattel? Yeah, it was getting fairly close to that resistance area. It has just faded after that. I say, guys, so unless the stock is really, that alpha stock that is trading on its own, because of maybe great earnings or some news that's come out, just obviously be careful on your longs. Like an NBEV doesn't care. Isn't this a cannabis play? This was a cannabis play also. NBEV, not a low float, 94 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float situation. You probably meant 290, right, Zach? Okay, JKS. I didn't even look at it. Well, the bloom is definitely off. I mean, an incredible run 2 days ago finally. Yesterday kind of stabilized, but it looks like it wants to keep going down now. Well, definitely a nice short there. There's that Triton or TRTN 38.93, 37.33 now. I concentrated on the Ozark, which still may start to work, but that is a nice short for the TRTN. Only on volume, Preston, for me. If it comes into resistance, then it sort of settles around, and then all of a sudden pops through resistance on a lot of volume, that can be a clue that it'll at least continue. Ahead of time, we can't possibly know. Look at CDR, guys. CDR, what are you doing? 77 million in the float. This is a little bit like that RWT that I mentioned a little while ago. That has a lot of room. CDR. Now this is a whippy one. I sort of scalped out of this one. This is a very whippy one. The ICPT, the alert is at 29.30. I'm sorry, that's not the one. It's apps. So this can be pretty whippy though also. We have in PBI. Yeah, I had this on here. Of course, this is the trade of the week. Been very, very good. I mean, it's settled down after, that was, I guess that was Tuesday, right? No, sorry, that was Tuesday. So the trade of the week, $6.30 entry on Monday, and 7.46 now. I'm not in it anymore, but that was a really, really nice little trade of the week. Can't wait to see what Steve has for us for next week. A lot of pressure. All right, well, there's OZK. It's just kind of sleepy. Just going to give it another, see if it comes under 25 again. If not, I'm just going to forget about it. 10:30. Thank you. All right. Well, as I'm watching OZK to see if it can get underneath 25 again, Yeah, I don't like it. Give me a second here. Okay, I traded it out again, guys. It's just not, volume is just not good enough. But I wanted to try it, so a couple of times. So I took a couple of little losses on it both times. All right, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. If you have trade ideas, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Just click on that scans tab and you'll see all the scans that I am sharing. You can also access them from the Room Drive icon. Click on Room Drive and scans that I share, download. That'll go to a Word document. You can take a look at all the scans there. If you see something you might want to load, all you have to do is copy the link. Once you've copied the link, just click on File, Load from Cloud, and the link will appear in here. And just load it. Now, I want to put a couple of links on their own into the room. The one link is the next test drive. So let me just explain what the test drive is all about. So the test drive starts on November the 9th and runs to November the 20th. Okay, that is 2 full trading weeks. So for $8.99, you will be given access to our full premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. So if you fill out the next test, the sign up form, you'll get an email. You'll register, and then you'll get an email approximately, usually about a week before it actually starts, and it'll outline the exact sign up procedure. So just click on that link, sign up, and then you'll get an email later on, again, for the sign up procedure. We haven't done one for quite a while. So again, for $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service. Just give me a moment here, just kind of watching a couple other ones from that for the test AI. Okay, so subscriptions. Okay, so you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can click on my homepage link right there. If you click on the homepage link, you'll be brought to this page. And there is the promo code Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year for Trade Ideas subscription. You can click on Get Trade Ideas. And here they are. Here are your plans you can choose from. So we do have 4 plans. The premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The huge difference between the premium and standard is the AI. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people would take a look at our premium service to check out what the AI is all about. You don't have to have an annual subscription. Perfectly fine to go month to month. You can try us out, 118 less that 15%, or the 228 less the 15%. After that first month, it goes back to the 118 and 228, or goes to. If you decide you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium, or from a monthly to an annual, you can do so, and we will honor the 15% promo code. On my link, you can sign up for the Trade of the Week. I would really recommend you do it. Sign up for the Trade of the Week. It gets sent to you before the market opens, about 30 to 45 minutes every Monday morning. The last two have been sensational, NIO and PBI. I do a daily recap, started at around 1 o'clock. It's just kind of what's happened in the room up to that point. You can sign up for it here. All of the webinars and training links, I'd like to put this one on its own. The 20 short lessons. There it is, the 20 short lessons, but I do like to put that link on its own. I think it's a really good link if you're just starting out with trade ideas. Covers all of the basic features. So take the lessons. So this is what I'm talking about. What is a top list? Build a top list, alert window, etc. All of the basic features of trade ideas to get you started. And if you don't have our product, you can also click on it. You can see what some of the basic features we do have, or what are some of the basic features that we have. Also, daily support sessions. So I monitor the YouTube feed between 9 and 12. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1. You can sign up for it right there. And then I resume between 1 and 3. There's the trading room, the daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. You can sign up for them all right there. Education videos right here, and trading books. So on my link, my homepage link, lots of good information. I do want to go over the AI and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, so this is what the AI is all about. We call 50 baseline strategies. Boy, this is looking really interesting as I'm getting distracted here. Just so right here in that monthly chart for NBEV. Let's see if it holds this area. I'm going to put an alert around 313. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine. And that's what happened last night. These are the ones that made the cut after the routine was over. And what I would do to watch the AI is I would click on New from the channel bar and AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And then you can follow the AI all day long. You'll get a real-time alert. You don't have to take the trade right away, but you get a real-time alert. You'll have a stop price and basically just manage the trades. And again, this would be the window, sorry. So this would be your window, okay? And what I would do, now, I am testing a newer version of Trade Ideas, or I don't even want to call it a beta or even an alpha. It's a version of Trade Ideas, and I am testing it. It had a fantastic day yesterday on a bunch of shorts. Not bad today. The Ozark has not worked out for me. I might even go long on it. But what I would do is, until that happens, just take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to load it every morning. But now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. If you're able to use our app as opposed to the web-based version, because it's not available in the web-based version, but from the app, click on New, from the toolbar, click on New, and Brokerage Plus. This is your Brokerage Plus window. You can use it in one of two ways. If you have an interactive broker's account, you can use this screen right there to trade your account. How? I just popped a video in, and it is a segmented video. It's about 25 minutes long, but it's broken up to segments. So if you see something, if you understand how to do a couple things, but we're wondering about another aspect, you can just hop right to that video, or right to that area in the video. SNES is ripping here. Okay, so if you want to, then all you have to do is connect to your Interactive Brokers account. You can do things like set up ahead of time buying and shorting parameters that you set up. Better connect. Okay, and you'll see you can set up buying and shorting parameters if you want to. And you notice here, I kept this one overnight. I'm going to explain what you can do. So the other way to use this is as a simulator, okay, paper trader, and you have no idea. Wow, look at Mattel. It came right back up. Really interesting. Look at this mode. I mean, how choppy. But look at this. I mean, right back up. It's an earnings play. I'd be very wary of this area here, around 1480. But you can use this as a simulator. So paper trading, if you have not traded very much before, you're new to trading, practice, 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 all right? The simulator is based on our real-time data. It has no bearing on what brokerage account you have. And it's very simple to use. You just click on an alert. The symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting it, you sell it, and if you're going long, you buy it. Now you notice I took this trade yesterday in the simulator and I kept it overnight. So consequently, you can use this as a swing trading module also to practice swing trading. If you take a trade today and you don't exit your position at the end of the day, it'll just continue for as many days as you want until you actually exit it. So let's just do one. See if there's one that's kind of makes sense to maybe hop into. Again, I'm just going to demonstrate how you can do it. Let's just take the dogs, okay? DOGZ. What's the spread like? Yeah, it's a 1 cent spread. So I'll take a couple hundred shares. I'll go in at the market. See, so it just took the trade, DOGZ. Now, as we always say, always have a stop. So I'm going to put a stop, and you should know your stop ahead of time. I'm going to put a pretty wide stop on this one right at the bottom of those 5-minute candles, which would be 240. So I can add the stop right now, add the stop order, 240. So I've added the stop. You see it appears right on the chart. So if the stock goes down to $2.40, I would lose $58 if I allow myself if it allow it to take it out automatically. I can also put a target if I want. I'll put a $3 target. I'm only doing this so you see how these show up on the chart. All right, so now if this trade starts working well, you can use this like a trailing stop. You can just move your stop up. Okay, put it in areas on the chart that make sense, so that if it broke down through a support area, you should be out of the trade. Same thing with the target. If it starts moving into the target, you don't have to let it be taken out. You can move your target up. Or let's say it's stalling below the target. You can move it down and you can take it out. Now, you don't have to do it that way. You can just do it. I mean, that's a visual way of doing it. But you can also just exit. If I wanted to get out of this trade right now, I would just highlight the trade and I would just flatten it. Flatten gets you out of the trade. Or I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. Or I could go in here and trade how many shares I want to get out of. If I want to trade 50 shares, pick the price I want to get in at, and sell. So it's really, really simple to use. And so again, I would really, really recommend that you practice trading before you commit money to the market. Well, Matt, I mean it's a crazy trading. I mean, it looked pretty good right here, and then it just the rug got pulled all the way down to 1390, and then boom. No, I mean I still think. I mean, look at this area on the weekly chart that it is approaching, and on the monthly chart that it is approaching. Now listen, I mean if it takes all that out and gets over 15, yeah, I don't know, but it just looks to me like there's a lot of resistance right around just underneath 15 for Mattel. All right, watching this NBEV, the longer it holds over 13, settles down just a little bit. The high right there on that monthly chart is way up here at 360 or so, so just has to settle down a little bit and see if we can get it running again. A lot of volume. It's a big float though, 94 million in the float, so it is a big float. Man, oh man, you talk about whippy. I mean, look at this clips all the way up to $6. This is an earnings play. I mean, it's just so obviously something put a charge into SNES, but again, you have to be careful. Look at the float, 3.23 in the float. It's traded the float. No, it hasn't. I'm sorry, that's the relative volume. I don't see any specific reason for it. Another one, I mean, choppy guys. I mean, it's not a low float CTIC. Man, something's put a charge into this. I have no idea. Don't see any specific news on it. This could get halted. When we're like it pops into three, that'll get halted almost for sure. Well, I see Ozark is now underneath 25 again. I don't know. It would, you know what? I have an alert set down here around 2470. It would have to take that out. I'm not going to mess around with it underneath 25 again. It looks like it's trying to curl there, that 8 EMA. Maybe if it takes that out, crosses the 20 SMA on that 2-minute chart for Ozark, OZK. Well, it's now popped right through the 200-day moving average also for SNES. I just don't see any, I can't see any news on it. Yeah, PBI is still kicking. Market has been kind of choppy too. I mean, look at these bottoming tails and topping tails on the 15-minute chart, kind of chopping a little bit. Saw CNK, yeah, yesterday or after hours, or yeah. I mean, it's trying. I mean, theater. So this move it had yesterday, I almost put on my watch list, but these are such emotional ones. I mean, I don't know what they if there's news on this one, opening more theaters or wow. I mean, anybody see any news on this one? SNES? I mean, I have no idea what's going on other than the fact it's such a low float. Did not see this in the pre-market at all. Nothing. Zero. Don't even know what they do. Pesticide and I mean, it cannot. I guess an argument right there to take it. Wow, $2, three. Wow. Oh, I see. Okay. Real. I see. Okay. So that's the reason. Funny. I don't see anything. Keep an eye on the NBEV guys, just in case. It's kind of just resting right here. Let's see if we get some volume pop through this 313 area. I'll probably take the trade, even though they're kind of curling down a bit. But he said California anticoagulant bill passed. Well, so much for the $25 price target for Sava today. 24, sorry, by Cantor Fitzgerald. Well, I'm going to keep an eye on it. I mean, the longer this holds underneath 10, it's a low float. Sava is a low float. The longer it holds underneath 10, I mean, if it takes that 984 again, this could just, I mean, look, get down to $9 or so. I don't know if you're still in the YouTube feed. Somebody, I've never said that the other trading room focuses on large cap stocks. If you're still there, I see you asked our support people. I have never said that. The trading rooms are both the same. Okay, the only difference is, the YouTube feed. There's not as many active traders. That's all. But I don't focus on large cap stocks in one room and not the other. Well, I'm stubborn on this MAT. I just think there's so much resistance here. I may be completely wrong, but I just think there's so much resistance for this Mattel. Excuse me, Mattel MAT. Well, look at Mattel, guys. I mean, I know I feel like I'm fixating on it, but just look at all this resistance here, right around 1490-ish or so. You guys are talking about socket. Look how choppy it is. Look at this 5-minute chart, choppy. Look at the 15-minute chart. Look how choppy this is. Man, oh man. Choppy, topping tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails. So when you hear me refer to a stock as being choppy, that's what I'm talking about. Definitely a whipsaw on the emotions. I actually do, Preston, if you want it, yes. Okay, Preston, you can take a look at this. Yes. Now, again, I may be totally wrong in this about this Mattel. I'm waiting for William to say he's shorting Mattel. But it's probably not, yeah, probably not outside of his, what, the 5 minute Bollinger Band that you look at. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I do have my alert set for Ozark right around here, 2482 or so. Maybe I'll take one more kick at it if it does this, especially if the market continues. Meanwhile, LLNW continues down. Another earnings play that, well, it was weak after, I mean, it released earnings after hours yesterday. That's that mauve area, and it just continued down. All right. Well, one more kick at it. Do I put counts? I don't see how you. I've never even thought about it. I mean, you can put it in the individual strategy, of course, so that it won't trigger until a count until the count is satisfied. But other than that, I don't think you can put it as a column really. Did I check WKHS? Not today. Yeah, I mean it's choppy. I mean, like everything else, not everything else, but a lot of stocks are just choppy today. Ah, I knew I should have shorted this one. I got distracted. I knew I should have shorted it right up here. I mean, real is talking about 1449, but I looked at something else. Well, the Ozark, to be honest, and oh well. Ah, man, I can't believe I didn't short this Mattel right up here. Got roped into the Ozark again. Well, look at all the resistance. Look at all, I've been, talked about it incessantly. Look at all the resistance on that monthly chart. Look at all the one, two, three, four, five, and discount that topping tail. Look at all that resistance right where it got to. So I mean, the premise was that it was going to really struggle to get through that, and well, so far it did. Oh, what I don't have the other AI up. I'm only looking at the test one. So why did it go long, Mattel MAT? Give me a moment, please, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. What kind of data is displayed in the downside column? Not sure what you mean. You're talking about the watch list down? Not sure I understand what you mean. Guys, NBEV. I don't know. I don't have that column. Downside. Downside. Maybe I don't know. Downside $12. So that looks like it's 12. You know, it looks like I'm under 12 or something like that. I don't know. Honestly, don't know. Never seen that column. I'll monitor it. It might make sense if I monitor it a little bit. Just monitor it and see. I mean, it might make sense. I don't know what that $12 refers to. You know, right? When I looked at it. Just a minute, please. Keep an eye on NBEV, guys. I almost took the. There's a cross at 309 right there. It has room to. What did I say before? Well, you know, the next high is looking left around 360-ish or so on that monthly chart. BXV. BVXV, BVXV, and huh? Yikes! Yeah, no, I see halt now. I see it's resumed and then halted. Oh my goodness! Haven't seen one of these for a while. Yeah, I have to laugh because so many people say, "Well, I don't want to short because you know it could go really against me." So safer to go long. I'm not. Look, this is an exaggeration. Yes, yes, you're absolutely right. Going short, you could lose, you know, to infinity. Yes, but look at this. Especially this is a bio. My goodness, devastation here. Well, I see 435, 435. It's stacking up ahead of it. Not that that means anything right now, but boy, I almost took almost took this right here. Still is on a choppy NBEV. Low, no, it's on a low float. Yeah, right. Goods is not in the room, so I can put this up. GNUS. Yeah, it is breaking out a little bit. Yeah. Well, now you know it's stacking up 488, 488. So it could have a pop. I'm talking about the 470, 470. Well, interesting. Let's see. If it is a 5 minute halt, it will be opening at 11:15 plus 47 seconds. Well, obviously, it is not a 5 minute halt. So usually it's a multiple of five. So this might be 11:21 plus 47 seconds. And if you're wondering, you can have that scan. My thoughts on KTOV. Well, like a lot of stocks today, chop, 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 chop. High for 530, all the way down to 450. It's coming back a bit, but the daily chart is chopping around. Is there news on it? I mean, it is a nice break out of here, but can it sustain it? I mean, remember now, it got all the way up here too. I mean, this could be a long halt. I mean, I know it's halted because of volatility, but I mean, this could be more of a, like a news halt of some sort, too. Well, this will be interesting to see if it does open even after 10 minutes. I mean, sometimes, again, the norm is 5 minutes after a halt, but in this particular case, I can see it being halted for a lot longer. The only thing I can say is that the bids are stacking up at 484, 484. We haven't seen one of these. Well, I can't remember the last time intraday. See, sometimes it's this sort of action pre-market. They release some news pre-market, but this is really, really, horrible for anybody who is in this. Well, I don't understand what you mean, Wolfhound. I mean, the symbol list attached to it it's been like this for quite a while. It's that's the symbol list name. That's all. If you don't have the symbol list name in there, then nothing's going to happen. So you have to have that symbol list name in there. I haven't changed it for a while. I may not change it for a while still. That's all. I mean, they are alerts. I mean, that's all they are. They're alerts. Well, no, you don't have to. I create it. You just have to make sure it's attached to these three windows. It's what they call a global symbol list that is available for everybody. You don't have to create it yourself. No. Okay, look at this little red bar now forming on that Okay, it just resumed. So a little bit of a pop. And it looks like it's, no, it's not halted yet. A little bit of a pop for it, 517, 518. I don't see that it's halted again, but, and now it's halted. Yeah, I thought it was because it just wasn't, whoa, this is, well, if you had the whatevers to take it when it came out of the halt, you might get really lucky here because it's now halted again, but I'm seeing 550, 550 on the bid ask. I'm assuming that holds. I see 550, 550. I'm not saying, IB is right all the time, but that's what I see, 550, 550. But okay, so I do see some news here at, oh, I see, it was halted at 919 earlier. Okay, I'm just, now I'm checking. So, yeah, I mean, there's the news. The results did not demonstrate a statistically significant difference between the vaccinated and the placebo groups. So, therefore, failed to meet both the primary and secondary efficacy endpoints. Yikes. That is a big, this is what I'm talking about right here. It must be. I mean, they're talking about over, thanking his team for the past 15 years. Wow. Putting on a brave face, but well, I'm looking at my time in sales. I mean, and the, the order. That's what I'm looking at, and it's for me. It says 542, 542. The only thing I can say, trillionaire trader, I don't know why you're having an issue, but is to constantly like do a refresh. Otherwise, I'm not sure how I can help you. There's the refresh right beside the gear icon in the trading room. There's a gear icon, sort of top right hand corner, and right beside it is a refresh. Otherwise, this is not a widespread thing, so I don't know why it's happening for you. Oh, I see. I see, Chris. No, yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess it's sort of interesting to see where a halt level would be. I don't know how I'd really act on it. Yeah, so now you see, oh man, be very careful. Whoever bought that at 480, be very careful. I'm looking at it now and it says 517, 517, which is, where it got halted. So, you know, be very careful. Yeah, I do see what you're saying, but by the time, by the like, I don't even know how I'm going to. If I see something that's fast moving, okay, NBEV is just not going to do it. But by the time okay, are we open? Yeah, so it just opened. So just be awfully careful. You were in at 480, you said. I mean, I'd be. By the time I would see it, because you have to be alerted to something that's moving fast. Yes, maybe if I take a quick glance, I can see that it could get halted, but I'm still not sure that I would take the trade. Order imbalance is only, I think, good in the last 5 minutes. I, I think it's only good in the last 5 minutes, so I'm not sure how that's going to help you. But I mean, just well, you cannot. There's your imbalance. So this is actually, it's an alert. Okay. No, if you click on help, I believe it's only in the last. Yeah, we only have the NYSE alerts only happen near the end of the trading day. So, okay. So yeah, this is just getting halted, resumes, halted, resumes. Wow, yeah, the U.S. Steel's having a heck of a day. I have to admit, heck of a day. I mean, that's a big, big move for it. I think somebody was mentioning X earlier. Well, I'm gonna be stubborn on this NBEV. I know this can have a move. Again, I'm just gonna wait to see if it takes out 319 again. It kind of faked us out here. It looked like the good volume. Well, the good volume came in, popped it, but it just did not sustain it. I'm actually surprised that it is still shortable. Not that I think you could get the short. I mean, it's down 87. Oh, well, you might be able to if you really chased it. It says it is still shortable at IB. 35,000 shares. Isn't that what NBEV does too? Well, that's a big run. I haven't seen it, of course, because it's under $1, but that is a nice run for sure. Yikes! And this will be halted on the way down now. Well, maybe not. Wow, it's all over the place right now. Anyway, you know what, guys? I mean, I'm not even going to attempt to trade this. This is just traders, guys. I mean, because there's really no value to this company right now, other than just as a trading vehicle, as I can see it. I mean, it looks like they obviously only had one drug in their pipeline, and it failed. Not saying you can't trade it, but you're not trading it for the hope that they're going to come up with better news. That's for sure. It's just a trade. Yeah, I bet you are. All right, guys, 11:35. So I'll be taking my break fairly soon. I believe it is Jamie. Yeah, not Jamie. Andy. Sorry, Andy's in the room. So I'm gonna pop in. I'm gonna put the link for the YouTube feed, and it'll be Andy in the room. Pretty sure today. Well, I don't know about that, Invictus. I've been really sort of concentrating on to not great on the other the AI that's in development. There was one excellent one. I didn't take it. I've been sort of concentrating on this Ozark. Keep thinking I might want to collapse, but I was able to take a very quick trade on the CLPS earlier. But other than that, it's been very quiet day for me. And I missed. I mean, the Mattel is the one I really want. Now it has bounced back, but it would have given me a nice little trade from about 1478, which is what I wanted, down to 1437. and then maybe covered around 1440. Well, then I'll take the compliment. Okay, thank you. Well, here it is. I mean, it did pop up here over $1. This is the first time it's going to show up. YGYI. I don't look at stocks under $1. But yeah, I mean, it's up 49 cents, 105%. Look at the volume. So it's almost traded the float. It'll definitely trade the float today. 12 million, 12.8 million of the float is traded almost that. Well, look at my IPOB that I'm not in anymore. Thank goodness. That was a nice swing though. I think the bloom is off these guys. There's the IPOC. I'm wanting to get into this, but there's no hurry. Absolutely no hurry. This one right here, it's the similar. All you have to do, if you have to have our single stock window up, and just click on the similar tab, and that's what you see. It's the similar tab. So all I did was from here I clicked on it, and then I duplicated it, so I have it here all the time. And I just duplicate it, and okay, and then I just put it here so I don't have to toggle back and forth. So I keep one on the detail and one on the similar. That's what this is. Well, believe it or not, the BVXV is kind of settled down. Ooh, now this one just got halted. Not good. AKBA just got halted, and it did not get halted due to volatility. It got halted because of extraordinary events. I'm not making it up. Right there. Yeah, you don't, especially when the stock is moving down like that, and it's a little guy. Usually, I mean, I'm not saying it was 100% of the time, but usually it's not good news. I found today, with the stuff that I'm looking at, has been probably one of the more choppy days that I can remember. I mean, just look. I mean, look at the SPY guys. I mean, look at the bottoming tails. not really too many topping tails, but the bottoming tails. So I mean, the sellers have been trying. The buyers move it up, sellers move it down, buyers move it up a little bit, but all these bottoming tails, nothing smooth about this at all, which is causing a lot of chop. And well, I guess even though these ones are usually immune to what the overall market's doing, it's just been a very choppy day for the stuff that I've been following. All right, guys. Well, certainly my alerts have dried up somewhat. This is fascinating watching this BVXV. Oh, I'm sure it just didn't show up in my scans. That's all. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Geo, eventually, yes, but popped up here. But you're right. I mean, it's been more or less straight down. There was no Q&A session today. They're only Monday to Friday. Sorry, Monday to Thursday. Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about in the YouTube feed. I'm sorry. Yes, right there, Emmanuel. Okay. Can I tell you what I did? I think you guys probably know what I did. Just before I'm taking my break. No, no takers. Oh, this is bad. Nope. Against every fiber in my body, yes, yes, Jay. Against every fiber in my body. But as Zach said, it's a casino play. I'm not in it anymore, but you heard me say it looked like it was settling down. I mean, the spread was only 2 cents. It was sort of settling down. Wow, I'm not in it anymore. I mean, there was one like this, not quite as dramatic, several months ago. I don't know if you guys remember. I think it went down to what, four, and then it popped right up. It got back up to nine. You guys remember that one? I mean, it wasn't as dramatic. It wasn't a $60 stock that went down to four, but it was pretty devastating. Somebody's going to remember. I even think the AI got in on it. I think. Yeah, I just got halted. I say I'm not in. Wow, and look at this, 644. I mean, this is a trader's dream. 640, 640. Well, let's take a look if it could have been CB. It's a few months ago. No, no, I don't think so. No, no, it wasn't because I'm not talking about this move here or even this move. It was a big, big, big move down. Not quite like the one BVXV, but no, it wasn't SPI. No, it's a few months ago. And yeah, I think it got, and I think even Zach played it. William might have played it. I think William did play it. I think it got down to about four something, and it got up to nine. Thursday in September. Anyway, it reminds me of that one. I didn't even see this one open. Oh, I was wrong. Usually it's bad news. Well, so so I was wrong on this one for sure. I mean, usually a little guy gets halted on the way down. It's not great news, but obviously in this particular one, results from usually they don't phase three. Wait a minute. It says it demonstrated no clinically meaningful increase. Oh, I see. Okay, so I guess it's good news. Jeez. And got halted again. AK. Wow, it's halted on the way up. I don't know how. I mean, I read the news and I still can't really figure out if it's good or bad. But I guess it seems mixed to me. But anyway, what do I know? When will this one open? I'll be on my break. Yeah, but there's no volume. No volume. Look at that. Nine. It's on my watch list. It's actually in the watch list, but it's just there's just no volume. So I mean, listen, maybe it's going to start, but if it really got going, I guess it could take out that 521 right there. But I mean, there's just the volume is starting to pick up a little bit. Yeah, it just resumed, and they were kind of around the same area. Oh boy, this is it just got okay. I could tell. I mean, I got into this one. I think it was 527, and I sold out around 578, and it held on, and then it got halted. I'm not in it anymore, of course, but I mean, hey, this is turning to be a great bounce. Just a trade, but I'm not in it anymore. Did you just load it, or have you had it on since the beginning? You just loaded it. Well, you usually only see the last one. I don't know why you're seeing all three here, but you usually only see the last one if you just loaded it. I don't know why you're seeing all three. You can't. I mean, there's nothing you can do to see these previous ones. I'm surprised you can see these, all of them. You can do a history, but I mean, it's wow. Oh my goodness, the money I left on the table on this one. Zach, are you still in it? Not shortable anymore. I think there were, when I looked at it, I think there were around 35,000 shorts available. All right, guys, I think Jamie is, or Andy is in, right? Okay, thank you, Andy. All right, guys, I'll be taking my break pretty soon. I'm just waiting for Andy to get into the YouTube feed, so I'm going to put the announcement here. I even see a cross starting on TRN. Well, ACBA, AKBA, just resumed. And it's moving higher. So, man, was I ever wrong about this one on that halt? Thinking on a short, cheap one, halted during the day on the way down. But boy, what a move! All right, so what I'm going to do with this one is stick an alert just over that one. The problem with this one, I think the YGYI, it has, well, definitely a lot of resistance probably around 140. That's far enough away, but maybe even a little pocket right there around 120. So, I mean, it's already moved 102%. You know, how much more can it actually move today? That would be yes. You know, how much more can it actually move today?
Hello, traders. Let me know when you can hear me and see my screen. Testing. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Charles, hello. Hi, Charles. I guess everybody can see my screen now. All right. What's up, Apex? All right. Looks like we are good to go. Welcome to the Friday edition of the support webinar. My name is Andy. I'll be at the helm for the next hour as I take over Barry's live stream here. And what if it's your first time in here, guys? What this is designed for is for Q&A. And hi, Charles. Hi, Esther. How are you? Good. I'm glad everything looks like it's working just fine. It's always great to hear. So Q&A, guys. You have any questions about the software? Would love to keep it with about the software, but we can always talk about trading as well if we don't have any software questions coming in. But these are designed to give you assistance with anything that you might be struggling with in the software. It's a great little format. So here we are. It's a Friday, and take a look at the market while we're waiting for some questions to come through. And boy, it's kind of mundane lately. It just market doesn't want to go anywhere. We talked about this yesterday in our webinar, our afternoon webinar. We're just kind of pinned right now between the 20 period moving average and the 10 period moving average. You can see today we tried to gap up and maybe get above it, and no go. So wouldn't be a surprise to see this kind of action here for the next couple of weeks as we head into the election. Wolfhound, hi, says, is there a way to change the default color for markup lines? No, you cannot change unless that's coming in a new feature. I know we added some stuff to the charts, but no, I think the only thing you can do is, yeah, you're not going to be able to do that. You got to click on it to load it, and it's going to be defaulted to the green. And then of course I think you can let's see, what is this? Yeah, you can change the colors here, but unfortunately Uh, that's a good feature. Wolfhound, I think that's probably would be a good request to be able to customize what color you want. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to talk to them about maybe adding some width bars as well, because I noticed on this trend line, I would like mine to be a little bit wider than that. I mean, it's kind of when you really stretch it out, it's kind of tough to see. So I would like to this be a little more bolder, kind of like this one right here. But unfortunately for right now, you have to go to change it here in the uh, well, why is it not even, may have an issue here. I know we can do markup here and go to annotation colors. Well, I gotta, this is kind of wonky here. This is a brand new development version, so I'm not sure why I'm not able to click and do anything with the coloring here. Huh, I'll have to look into that. But that's a good request. You can send that to info@trade-ideas.com as far as the default color. See if it's something we can do to change that for you. Can you share the scan from last night? Damien writes. Yes, I sure can. This is the uh, pivots and trend helper. And I'll also fire that up here in a minute to show. And pivots and trend helper. There you go. And what this is, just something I developed to see stocks that are, well, let's take a look at the configuration. It's the easiest way to do. It's looking for stocks that are in the lower end of the 20-day range. In other words, the lower 20%. I got a max here of 20. So that tells me it's been selling off over the last 20 days. The change in the last 20 days has to be wait a minute, 10% max. I think I got that wrong. I don't think this is the one I say. I may have to change this for you. Hold on, let me take a look at some of these symbols coming through. Yeah, it looks like they're working. Let me back out here. Yeah, that's what I had. So basically, what you're looking for is stocks that are in kind of an upward trend in their long-term time frame. So if you zoom out, you can see this is in a nice trend, but it's been selling off here. And what I designed it for is to maybe not so much to just buy when you see it, but when you see these coming through, is maybe look for trend lines. And for example, one could draw a line right here to get an idea if it's sitting on a trend line or if it's at a pivot point, pivot level. So it's not just something that you just dive into if you see it, but a lot of times you can marry it up with some different, like this one right here. Oh, I don't care for that action right there. It kind of skews a lot of things. But basically, it's just kind of a helper to find something. And the reason it is, I recently bought this DraftKings been nibbling on it down here, and the reason it is, I've been, it's just one that I've been following, waiting for an entry. I did kind of discretionary, but then I thought, let's see if we can build an alert. And yesterday this was coming through there. The reason it's not today is because it needs to be at the high end of its range. So, but if you draw a trend line on this thing from when it IPO'd to right now, you're going to find it's pretty much sitting on the trend line. And not only that, it's also kind of at a pivot level right here. So interesting point. You're going against the grain. So if the market keeps selling off, yeah, there's a chance, I'll get stopped out of this, but that's okay. I don't mind taking chances on something that sold off, 35% and still in a nice bullish pattern on the long-term chart. So anyway, I dropped that in the window if anybody wants it. All right. What's your favorite trading pattern? Swing or day trades? Well, I'm gonna stick with swing trading only because my well, I can tell you both, but uh, I'm mostly swing trading now. I did day trade for 17 years, an avid day trader, but now Trade Ideas keeps me busy, and not only that, I like swing trading. I'm getting too old to be pounding at the keys for 7 hours a day, but uh, it depends. I probably you know, I have to. I know I keep going back to this one, but it's just such a great example. This Neo, which right now is sitting on its fast line here, but I love these kind of sideways pattern after a stock has moved up, you know, out of a range. Like right here, you had explosive move in Neo, and then what you had is it kind of. Let me just pull up my Epic pen here, so I don't have to keep drawing trend lines on the chart. You know, so what I'll do, and then I'll look for these kind of wedging patterns. If you see here was a beautiful wedging pattern in Neo. So strength accompanied by sideways action, you know, a bull flag or a wedge, whatever you might want to call it. For swing trading, that's probably my favorite. Um, but you know, I also like. I'm not one to only look for very bullish charts. Some of my favorite trades come from this window right here, revenue growth fishing, which is available in the Trader's Vault. If you go down and just find the key in the channel bar, you will find a window in there called this Trader's Vault, and this can show you some nice patterns that of stocks maybe forming a bottoming pattern and can be an explosive move. Probably one of my best trades from this one recently is from JMU right here. Okay, look at that, sold off big time all the way down here, and then look at this kind of, you know, basing pattern that it put together for about 6 weeks here, and then of course you had a nice explosive move out of that. Unfortunately, I got out of most of mine around 11:50 and 12. Actually, I got out of all of it. Here's the problem when you a lot of times when I trade, I'll you know, geez, you get a you know, a 50% or 40 or 50% move. You know, you just, being a day trader for so many years, you know, I'm just accustomed. If I get that kind of move, I'm going to take it. And I tell myself, well, you know what, I'm going to take it. If it pulls back here, I'll buy it back. And then you don't get your pullback you want, and you sit there and you just keep watching it go. But that's probably those are probably two of my favorite setups for swing trading. I don't mind doing a little fishing when it comes time, because I know the rewards can be great when you're right. But as far as looking for, you know, maybe some explosive moves, I look for those wedging patterns over time. Day trading, you know, I'm mostly a momentum trader, you know, so it's not so much a pattern. Maybe an explosive move. Let me see if I can find a good example for today. I love this. I love this snap. This is a prime example, guys, of people. They look at a momentum alert and they don't think it can be used for swing trading. And I tell people over and over again, some of your first, you know, moves, like I can't tell you how many day traders probably jumped in this at around 35 and took 25 cents out of it and were happy, and they could have taken, you know, $7 out of it. These can be great swing traders because a lot of times when you get that volume, these initial moves is just the start of an incredible, you know, follow through, like you're seeing in Snap here. But yeah, setups are tough. I do like if you have a move that where you have some sideways action. Let's see if I can find Snap on this one. Going back to this day, well, that just it was too explosive. No real setup there. Just a gap and go. But momentum trading is a little bit different in that you don't get those nice setups that you can find on a. Don't get me wrong, you can find some really good charts, you know, on a daily chart that could be setting up for a huge day trade move, kind of like the Neo. Even though this was a beautiful setup right here on the wedge, look, once it kind of broke out of that wedge, you had a nice little day trade if you wanted to trade it right there. Uh, just so you can look for those daily setups like this Neo, and then sitting right above its on its fast line, that 10 period moving average a lot of time can be like a launching pad, and then out of nowhere, if you're doing your homework and you're finding these setups, you could still have a great day trade move out of it. All right, let me move on, but good question. I chatted with you earlier, and you mentioned there is a filter in Trader's Vault. I guess shows more stronger stocks. Basically, I wanted to have Momo to alert less, but I'm not sure, KR, what you're saying there. I wanted to have Momo to alert less, but solid stocks. Uh, Probably, when it comes to Momo, both of these are going to be in Trader's Vault. This Extreme Master Blaster is probably one of my favorite, because I have it broken down into different sectors. Uh, I tell a lot of people what you're going to find in my momentum alerts. All of them are going to have to be hitting like a 10-day high. I don't like chasing momentum if it's not going anywhere on the daily chart. If it's right in the middle of a 5-day range. You can get lucky every now and then and catch them, and they'll break out of that range, but so many of them fail because they're in no man's land. They're not breaking out. So when it comes to momentum, these two are my favorite, and they both can be found in the Trader's Vault. And we also have a momentum channel that I built, and Extreme Master Blasters in there, and there's also an alert in there called Momo. But yeah, for some people, you just don't like chasing momentum, and I don't. That's fine. But at the same time, you don't want to find stocks that are just not doing anything. Especially if you're a day trader. If you're just trying to find these low grinding stocks that's not doing any volume, you can get a lot of those won't move for you intraday, and you'll just be stuck in a kind of a whipsaw action. A lot of ETFs in that scan. And what scan? The pivots and trend helper? I may not have put a filter. If you don't want to see those ETFs, just go ahead and put that EPS filter in there. That will eliminate them. I don't think I did it in there, so yeah, I could see where there might be some ETFs coming through. All right. I am trying to build a T list for stocks that I traded before. What is the best way to do it without using my liked symbols, because I have some other stocks criteria in there? Yeah, it's pretty easy. You just come up here to go to Tools, okay? Then you go to Symbol List. All right. Then you go to Create New List, and you name it, okay? I'm going to put test 5. I don't know how many tests I may have in there. Do you name it? Okay. And then you go down. Once you do that, it'll be in your list now. All you got to do is highlight it. It's going to be empty. And then edit list. And then you can just start. It's like a Word doc. You can copy and paste in here if you have a list somewhere. Or you can just start adding symbols. Okay. Now, once you've built that list, okay, all you have to do is hit OK, and it'll be saved. Okay. And now what you want to do, if you're looking to do just a watch list, all I would do is build a top list. You don't need any filters because you know the stocks you want to watch. Okay, so you just want to I wouldn't put any filters in there and just use a bunch of columns. Okay, because columns can tell you, everything you want to know. So let's just do, definitely price. I would want to see change from close. Where's my change from close? I want to see relative volume. Whatever data you want to see, 5-minute volume, maybe you want to see that. Let's do position in year range. You can add as many columns as you want to this, okay? So now you've built this filter, and now what we want to do is we want to point it toward that symbol list we just built. Okay, so then you'll just go to symbol list, add existing list, and then just go to whatever one you just built. Let's say, I'm not even sure what's in this. These are probably old stocks, but if I wanted to point it toward that, I would just click in play. Okay, and now I got a nice little top list where I can follow any data points I want just by making columns out of them, and there you have it. You can do a lot with just top list. Hope that makes sense. Pretty easy to do. And if not, send us an email to info, because I can't get you a video for how to create a symbol list, but it's pretty straightforward. You'll figure it out. Just go to tools, symbol list, and just start following the buttons and building your list. All right. Oh, you're welcome, Apex. Yes, thank you. What are you sorry about, Babu? No need to be sorry in here. Charles writes, how can I find that stock that blasts off to new highs as soon as it transitions from the pre-market? Yeah, here's a common problem. Everybody sees a big candle, a big 5-minute candle, 1 minute, whatever you're looking at, and they look at it and they say, dang, I wish I could have caught this here. I wish I could have seen this in pre-market and caught it before. You can do that by finding these setups. It's you're either predicting, or you're chasing, or you're waiting for a pullback. We don't have any crystal balls, so we don't know which ones are going to go. It would be nice if we do. And the only thing you can do is put yourself in a situation by finding those setups that have the potential to have an explosive move. Okay, I developed a top list the other day called Nice Chart, because I used stocks like this to find. Let's see, I want this one. Okay. What I did is I used a product we called stocks like this. If you're not familiar with it, just go to search and just go to trade ideas. Just type this in search and you can find it. But I use that to build this top list I set up. And what you're doing is you're finding stocks that have a nice setup where they have to be. I use position and ranges to kind of create this. And you're going to see some of these are kind of going to be wonky. You're still going to, like Starbucks here. Yeah, some of them are going to, but you'll see a lot of these are setting up. This is one that's, potentially setting up for, a move out of this kind of like wedge. Let's take a look at Uber. Uber's it's kind of a wonky trading stock, but interesting nonetheless. PSA. So, but to get back to your question, it's finding these stocks, and then maybe putting alert in there. This one maybe have a little go, pause, go. Probably the time we're in right now with the market, the way it's trading, is probably not the best, time, to be doing this, because as the SPY is just craters to low, I see. But you can definitely find these stocks, and I made sure Neo was in this, so you will find stocks like this Neo when it's going sideways like this or wedging, and just marking them up with price alerts. Use your price alerts. Okay, you mentioned pre-market. Okay, maybe these stocks that are trading in pre-market, maybe go in there and set an alert at the pre-market high, and then you're going to catch it when it breaks that pre-market high. So a lot of homework can be done to help you find these potential movers. But getting back to Snap here, I don't want you to think just because you didn't see this coming and you didn't want to chase a 15-20% gap up, you still could have, let's say you bought it at 35. The high that day was 38.85, so there was still almost $4 to be made out of that trade today. Now, I did sell off later in the day, but don't feel like just because you missed that initial move out of the gates that you've missed a move. Okay, because a lot of times these things can just can continue just to motor all day long. It's all about finding the right ones, and the way I usually find the right ones is I have a single stock window. I can click on something and I can look over here and see the position in year range, position in lifetime range, position in range, and I'm looking for stocks that are breaking out of a level and where there might be continued momentum. Now, once again, I don't day trade anymore, but I see them all the time, come through. See if there's another example in here. Good tire company's not a. Yeah, that one didn't work. But look what it did. Shot up this morning and ran right into its resistance. See, to me, if I would have seen this, I'm not chasing this because it's not really breaking out. Now, if it were to be breaking out on huge volume above this level here, yeah, maybe we got a different story. But it just came right out of the gates in the first 5 minutes and ran right, or I should say 30 minutes, and ran right into that resistance. So I'm looking for things that are breaking out of this type of resistance. See if we can find another good example of, once again, great example, stock, volume was there, everything looked good, but look at this daily chart. Okay, it's ugly, it's a downtrend. Now, had this action occurred, maybe, breaking this downtrend, right around here or something, it would be better. At least it's hitting like a 2-month high. And breaking a downtrend, but right now it's just kind of a messy. So it's all about finding stocks that are breaking out. This is why I always tell people first thing I look at, even if it's a momentum trade, is the daily chart. What's the daily chart telling me? This daily chart is telling me, man, it's been in a downtrend now for about 6 months, and nah, I'm not going to chase something like that. Whereas Snap on this day was at an all-time high, and that's why you have no resistance, and this thing just keeps going higher. All right, let me get some other questions here coming in. What's your setup criteria in our scanner to hold overnight or through a weekend? Well, I don't. What I do now is, I think of everything as a position trade, okay? Meaning that I'm looking to position myself, for a very good, a decent win to loss ratio. So in other words, if I'm looking for a 5-to-1 profit to loss ratio, I am going to enter my trade with a stop in mind. Now, if it happens to go down to that stop during the day that I enter it, becomes a day trade and I'm out. Okay, I'm not looking to day trade a stock, but let's say I jump in. Great example. Keep going back to Neo, but this was our trade of the week right there. Okay, I called it. I was in this, but let's say I entered it on this day right here. If this thing pops up like it did and drives here, of course I sold, I think a third of my position on this day right here. I'm going to take those profits. Okay, even though when I entered it, I wasn't planning on selling it the next day. If I were to get that kind of move, from 22 all the way to 27 or whatever, that's a percentage that I can't turn away. So I'm gonna definitely sell half of it. So the point I'm making is, I enter it as a position trade, and I position myself for a good win ratio. And a lot of it will depend on where I enter it. Like this DraftKings, which I don't know. Let me just pull up. This DraftKings, my average cost is about $42.50 in here. I bought it on this day, and then and I'm looking at this trend. Okay, if it breaks this trend line right here, this is a different animal because I'm going against the grain. I'm not going to, it's got a beautiful trend from where it opened, but I am not going to, if it closes below that trend line, I will be out. Okay, so once again, I don't know how long I'm going to be in this. Okay, I'm positioning myself for a move, and then what I'll do from there is let the price action and dictate how long I'm going to be in a trade. Now, as far as there's no one or two scans. I use a lot of scans, to find me, and I'll share this one with you as well. I'll use okay, that's in there. All right, so yeah, I will use a lot of scans to help me find that. I mentioned this revenue growth fishing. It's kind of empty right now, but I wouldn't be surprised, maybe, because what I see a lot of time is the market will sell off, and a lot of people will start fishing for some of these ones that have pulled back instead of and selling some of their prized possessions that they've been holding on for so long. But so this is one that I'll use for sure. This pullback above 50 SMA Pro can be a good one. Fitbit's a bad example. Peloton. So this will help me find stocks that are pulling back but putting in a bullish candlestick par. If you want to go to Trader's Vault and look at the last row, okay, I'm not going to pull it up because I have some stuff open down here that I don't want to close out. But if you go to Trader's Vault and you look at that last row, the row right above the charts, I mean the the compare count windows, you'll see that row. There's about 5 good swing trading idea scanners in there. But you can find it in Trader's Vault. And this one will be in there. The pullback above this pullback above 50 SMA, revenue growth fishing will be in there. There'll be one called bullish daily candlestick patterns that can be a very, very nice little trader. Swing trading alert and a day trading alert as far as that goes. You know what? Let me showcase that because I don't think enough people look at that. Let me bring that to your attention. I don't have a whole lot of stuff coming in. Hold on. And I'll get to your stock picks. Stocks you want me to look at in just a minute. Bullish daily candlestick patterns. You can find this in the Trader's Vault. And what it is if you go into configuration, we'll just go into bottoming tail here and go to configure. You'll see everything is set up with a symbol list. Excuse me, I drink of water. Called bottoming tail for this strategy. It's a multi-strategy. And if you go to our add existing list, you'll see a pre-configured one in there called daily. If you click on that daily, you're going to see all these candlestick patterns. Well, what our server does, it goes out at the close of each day, and it finds all these candlestick patterns for you. Okay, and the next morning you will have all these available to you. So what I did is just create. Oh gosh, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to create an alert where I could benefit from these candlestick patterns. So what I did after I see a bottoming tail, for example, this is what I would like to see. I'd like to see a new high, and I would like to see the stock. Here's the key one: previous day's range, a minimum of 99%. So I want to see the stock breaking out of yesterday's range, hitting a new high, and also have just above average relative volume, above average 5-minute volume as it breaks out that new high. I don't want to get suckered into a low volume move and gets my head snapped. But man, I tell you what, if you haven't looked at this, you might want to pay attention to it. Let's just see if anything's going through here today. Of course, look at the market. I might not have any good stuff in here today, but we'll give it a look. All right, let's go back to earlier in the day here. Take a look at this beam. Okay, not a bad one right there. So what happens is, there's your bottoming tail yesterday. Our technology picked that up for you, okay, and this was available in a pre-configured a symbol list for you. Okay, so our technology finds this, and then I built this scanner when it took out this high for today to alert me. So you would have been alerted on this trade at around 95.88, and 95.88. Look at that, you almost $2 out of that move. Take a look. DFS was actually a earnings yesterday, so I'm not sure, but it's still a bottoming tail. TSC. There you go. There you have it. Now this was a gap and go, but that's okay. It's still above yesterday high and was hitting a new high this morning. So you would have gotten alerted to that one. Oh man, that was pretty wicked there. I don't know if I'd play around with that. See if we see any more. The two you're going to see the most are the green bar reversal and the bottoming tail. Okay, that's a green bar reversal yesterday. Once again, you would have got the alert once it took out yesterday's high. Somebody asked about, look at there. Somebody mentioned Mattel, and it's on here. Now, that wasn't much of a bottoming. That's a green bar reversal. So you got the green bar reversal, and then, of course, the gap up. So you would have gotten this morning early, right when it opened up. I didn't go that far back in history, but should have been in there. RVP. There's a great one right there. See, I have one in here for doji, but it has to be an exact doji. Let's see if this is exact. Okay. Yesterday close open was 771 and the close was 77. See, because we're off a penny, this is why this is not considered a doji. That's why you're not going to see a whole lot of dojis in here. Instead, this came through as a bottoming tail, but still a very nice. You would have got this alert around $8 and up to $8.50. So you might want to look at this. I'm seeing some airlines come through. Some great ideas in this. Once again, it's called the Bullish Daily Candlestick, and you can find it in the Trader's Vault. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have to make this part of my, I don't know which one I'm going to have to take out. Maybe because this one, I'm probably going to change this and replace it with this daily candlestick pattern, because this is more of a nighttime scan for me, looking for, opportunity. So man, because I definitely got to get this in my repertoire here. Some good ones. All right, let's see here. Yes, that Mattel was very nice. WC Mick. Okay, Iris says, Andy, KOD was trading on very high option today. Trade Ideas option tab. Your opinion? There's kind of a direct correlation with stocks doing. I know exactly what this looks like, and there's a big correlation you're going to find, Iris, on stocks that are doing huge volume and having a very big move, and the option buying and selling going in. So I do have a couple of scans for options, but a lot of it is just going to be related, to the momentum coming in. I mean, obviously, when you see a move like this in the last couple of days, something's going on, and it could be options. It could be people selling puts to, to protect the big gains they've had this month in this thing. There could be a lot of things going on. I mean, I like to see stocks that are doing a lot, options, but a lot of times it can also be seen in just the volume and the price action. Uh, I try not to get too caught up on things like that. But nothing wrong with it. Like I said, I have a few scans, a few option scans, and if that helps you. Now, what you might want to do is try to create a scan. I don't have one, but if it were me, you know, maybe try to find stocks that are doing some pretty big options that's not moving very much. Maybe there's something going on in there as well. So you could do that. You can create just kind of limit the movement by just using a change in 5 days, whatever you want to use, and just limit the movement of the stock. But it has to be doing some options. I'm trying to think. Michael built one a while back called Sneaky Option Volume. I believe that was the name of it. Yeah, option buying. See if there's anything in here today. Okay, this is the only one today. And look at the percent, the option percent. Okay, it's doing 743% of its normal option volume. Average is 100%, so it's basically doing 7 times its normal option volume. We pull it up, nothing's really happening there. So, and I don't know that there's something going to happen, but what you could do when you see something like this, you say, well, I would like to know, if this thing, of course, this is a property trust. I'm not sure about this one. Let's go to yesterday and see if we see anything. Okay, these are all the ones that came in through yesterday. All right, here's one that yesterday, look at the option volume. Something could be brewing, in this one. I don't know. Doing incredible option volume. So maybe something like this, you see it, you say, well, if it can break this level up here at 24, I'll just set a price alert. I mean, I'm not going to do anything right now. Never buy something just because it's doing options or never buy something just because it's doing a lot of volume. Price is the only thing that pays. Okay, so you want to have a reason for in a trade based on price action, not just on any kind of speculation that you think. But it can draw your attention to maybe some stuff that are brewing. That was pretty ugly. The option volume was yesterday, but it's getting slammed today. This is why you don't, just because it's doing option volume and hitting highs, why you don't rush out and buy it. Look what's happening here. So it's hard to determine what's going on just because there's option buying. So it's not one I follow, but if you just kind of want to, I'll share this with you. Just want to just follow stocks that are doing some what we call sneaky option volume, not really moving, but I don't know. I'll definitely put it in there, but I'm more of a, I'll drop it in there for if anybody wants it, but just be careful with it. Don't think just because they're doing option volume that something is about to happen. You're welcome, Iris. And yeah, handle with care, because to me, I don't like to speculate on anything just because somebody says they're buying it or options are being bought or anything like that. All right, let me get me another drink of water here. All right, looks like we're all caught up. So the questions panel is open. If anybody wants to, been some good questions today. So if anybody has any questions about stocks, if you want to take a look at a stocks, we did take a look at that Mattel and Kodiak, but fire away, or the software, obviously. take a look at the SPYs while we're waiting. Just still kind of nothing really going on, down fractionally. All right, Jai, how you doing, buddy? GSKY. Interesting. Some high relative volume today. I don't know if that's news or what. Yeah, we can look at Neo here in just a minute. Yeah, you know what? For me, I mean, it's still to be determined. Okay, the daily chart, you've had a move from basically $4 to 5.50, so a nice percentage gain there, trying to get above its 200. If this candle closes, I think the next following days will kind of dictate the action. Yeah, you know, to me, I like the fact that now it's trying to stay above its 200-day moving average. Okay, and it is. You can see the 10 period has kind of been forcing the action. If I were to buy this, or I was in it, I probably would not want it to close below that 10 period movement action. Me and Steve are always been a big proponent of this 10 period, the fast line we like to call it. So yeah, a nice trend there over the last 6 weeks. Today, I'm not sure what's going on, but a lot of back and forth action. Probably could close in that spinning top there. All right. He says, I am good. Yeah, Neo. How I'm trading Neo. I've talked about this before because I've been in this all the way from 13. I've maintained a position in this from this $13 range, or even maybe less than that, maybe 12 something, where it was wedging right here. See, this thing has wedged. I'm going to take it off this. Hold on. Get my pen here. You know, we had a wedge even back here, you know, very nice one after that move up from there. Beautiful wedge there, and it popped out. So I've been in it from here, and I've been maintaining a core position, and what I do is just trade around that core position. So let's say, for example, you know, you wanted to, you know, buy 300 shares of this. Okay, and you wanted to hold on to those 300 shares because you believe, you know, in the company. You're in it at a great price, and what you don't want to do is get out of all and then have an incredible move like this, and you missed it because you took your profits on everything and you got out. So what I like to do when I did this with Newmont a while back as well. I like to maintain a core position, and then I trade around it with size. So, in other words, let me zoom in here. Make this bigger. And this can be a great style. So, okay, so let's say I'm in Neo right here, and I've been in 300 shares right here. Okay, just kind of you know, not watching it nicely wedging, but I feel a move coming, and I want to you know, participate more in that move, and so let's say I buy another 600. Let's say I had what 300. Let's say 700. So I see this move coming. It breaks out right there. Nice little volume bar. So let's say I buy 700. So what I may do is what happened is I'll scalp out, you know, that 700 and maintain my 300. So I'm maintaining that 300 position, and then I see this other move coming. Okay, I'm already in once again. You know, 300 from back over here. I got a nice little profit, nice little cushion, and then I see this coming right here. So maybe I buy $700, you know, $700 shares more again. Boom, boom, scalp that out, maintain my 300 position. And you can just keep doing that, you know. Once you feel those moves coming, the volume coming in, you know, look at this volume, okay? Look at that volume right there, okay? You already got a position, you're in the money pretty good, and then so you can afford to add onto that position and ride it out. And so now you're maintaining that core position, and as long as the trend, you know, stays intact, you know, I'll maintain that core position and just trade around it in size. Now, I got a great price, right? Remember, I'm back in here at 13, so now you know, For somebody who may have bought right in here, they're wanting it to hold this fast line. Okay, for me, I am more playing the trend. So if it breaks this fast line, I mean, I can stand, for it to stomach. So I can, if I wanted to maintain that 300, share size, I don't have to rush to get out just because it's breaking. Because what I don't want to do is get out and then something really good happen to this. But I haven't been adding since this last move right here. I've scalped out of, I think, 2/3 of my position. I'm maintaining a third, and I'm not in a position to add right now, and I'm not looking to add right now. Now, if it sets up and starts setting up like this again, and I can feel it coming, maybe, hopefully after the election, maybe I will. But that it's a great way to play, guys. If you want to, if you're a swing trader, you really like a chart. You really want to make sure that you stay in it and not get out. Just in case this thing gets Tesla crazy and it's trading up, $50 or $60 a couple of weeks from now, you just want to make sure you maintain that core position and just trade around it. With a lot of slop there. Okay, when you buy more shares later on, your position size changes. How do you manage or predict the pullback effect? Because you ain't keeping the 13. You're correct, David. You're very right there. You have to be conviction you've always heard, okay, the biggest problem is for traders is most people sell their winners too quick and they hang on to their losers too long. But I can tell you this from my experience in the business. Most people are pretty good about, it's not getting out of their losers, it's selling their winners too quick. So you have heard people say in books that you have read where most people, when they're selling their winners, they actually should be buying more of their winners. Okay? People have a tendency to average down when they should be averaging up. And that's the kind of the premise behind this style. Okay? I have a nice position. Everything is set, the stars are all lining up for me. Now, I wouldn't buy it on this day, but on this day right here, when it starts to break out of that wedge, yes, I can, this is where I would add. Okay? So, but you are correct. Your average price is going up. So if you're in it, well, I'm down here in the $10, no, that's right, about $12 range. So let's say, but remember, I am not chasing. If I'm in it at $13, I am not waiting for it to get up here, let me put on I'm not waiting for it to get up here around 15 to buy it. I'm buying this thing closer to, close to where I'm already in it, okay? The same can be said right here, I should say right here. Right here is where I actually added on this one right here, on this day right here. That day right there is where I added. So I'm not chasing and then buying. Who had that great question? David. Yeah, I'm not chasing then buying. I am still kind of halfway predicting the movement, but I'm kind of waiting for a confirmation of price. In other words, I'm not adding on pullbacks down here. Okay, I'm adding for the setup is starting to break out of that wedge again. So it doesn't affect my average price as much as you think it would. And not only that, once you've made enough money in it, you're not thinking anymore about my average price. Okay, once you've been in this thing for 3 or 4 months and you banged enough profits out of it. My thoughts not now, oh, I bought back over here. Now this my average price is up to like 18. No, like I said, I've been maintaining that core positions from $13. So for me, it's still kind of regardless of what my blotter may say, I mean, it's still, my core position has been maintained. So hope that makes sense. All right, I got about 5 or 6 more minutes in here. When you buy shares later on, let's see. Did you get into Neo from the AI alert? Yeah, I think what Neo was mostly, it was from an AI alert. Now, unfortunately, I missed it. I'd love to have had it around this level, but I did not. Okay, so I did not want to chase anywhere up here because I did not know if it was going to hold up. All right, these things can be pretty volatile. But so I was alerted to uh, the stock from an AI explosive move alert, but from that point on, it was more tracking. Okay, I can't say that I got alerted, uh, you know from an alert. It was more of a discretionary tracking a stock after I did see an alert from an explosive move. Probably on one of these days right here. I probably saw it on one of my Extreme Volume High Low Pro and Master Blaster. So that alerted me to it, but I can't say that it told me exactly to buy right here. I would wish I could develop something that would tell me, to buy these wedges. Uh, all right, but a good question, Iris. Charles, in regards to the bullish candle with the in trading vol, what is the best time to check the particular chart? Now, you really don't have to check the chart because the bottoming tail, all I can say is when the alert comes through, you take a look and you see if you like it. So let me pull that up real quick. I thought I'd had it in here. There it is. Okay, so you're watching this morning, and well, there's a doji and B that did not work. But once again, I'm not one to ever buy in the first 15 to 20 minutes of the day. Okay, let's go up here a little bit longer. To me, this is probably not one I'm chasing after this huge sell-off. No, that's pretty brutal. So once again, I'm always looking at the daily chart and seeing what it looks like. Probably not one I'm buying there either. Just it's kind of in no man's land. Ooh, I didn't see AMD come through here. AMD's kind of still below all its moving averages. So once again, I'm just marrying it up in the chart. Probably not buying that. This is interesting. Now look here. I mean, what you got here? Okay. I'm looking over here. It's an all-time high. Okay. We had the bottoming tail yesterday, a very strong day yesterday. Okay, and off that bottoming tail, and then we take it out. We take out that high from yesterday. That's when you get your alert. Okay, and then I'm looking over here and I'm seeing position, in range. Relative volumes there. Maybe what I would do is probably zoom out to see if it's, it looks like it was an IPO back over here. So that one's definitely a nice little, breakout of a range there. I would probably rather have caught it yesterday. Maybe it was coming through. I think it was. I think it may have been coming through.
Yesterday, how many times do I go in and out of the same stock in one day? Stump me because, or what's the most? This is probably the most, guys. Ozark. This is my fourth kick at it. OZK. I don't do it. I don't usually. I don't even go in the same stock twice in a day. But all right, guys. Well, go. It took a long time. Kind of chopped around a little bit on but now it looks like it's going to really maybe give it up for me. OZK. This is what I'm talking about, just in case you don't know what I'm talking about. There's the OZK. There was the alert 2504. I was in it 3 times before. The last time, first 2 times lost a little bit. The last time I made a little bit, kind of covered the losses. And then I got back into it again. I was kind of hoping this action might happen towards the end of the day and maybe just capitulate, but we'll see. So I'm back in it though. 84 on the short. Yeah, and I'm sort of banking on the SPY to keep doing this. And I know this is an earnings play, but it's I think it's just weakening with the SPY a little bit. So well, you're getting closer to their 950, and that's for the avid. Yeah, Preston. I mean, listen, holding a low float stock, holding over the weekend, probably not a great idea. I'll just tell you that right off the bat. I mean, you just don't know what can happen. Okay. I mean, they're to me they're great intraday, to kind of trade them intraday. But personally, I just would not be holding a low float stock over the weekend or even overnight most of the time. You just don't know what can happen. They can come out with a financing. I mean, there's so many things that can happen. But that's my opinion. Well, I didn't really hijack it. What happens is Andy leaves it, so I didn't hijack it. Well, this is still pretty strong. VOXX. So, guys, I'm going to be doing my video pretty soon. In fact, pretty soon, right now. So before I do that, I'll just put my link in. You want to subscribe to the videos that I do every day. Well, everybody will have a different idea, but for me, anything under 20 million is considered a low float. And obviously, the lower the float, the better if the stock has got some kind of a catalyst for its move. Either it's typically it's not earnings, but we've seen some of the earnings plays, low float earnings plays. A lot of times it's just some kind of news or a sector gets hot. That's my opinion on, somebody else might say, no, it's got to be under 5 million, but, it's subjective. There's no hard and fast answer to that. Yeah, you can ask me about it. I think the last time somebody asked me, CLPS, sorry, CLPS, it was basing around 5. Is that the one? Yeah. I mean, it's a mess. That's all I can say. It's messy. I mean, look at what it got up to, and it is a earnings play. It's one of the earnings plays, low float earnings play. So, not really much more to say about it. All right, guys. So if you want to follow along, just click on my homepage link. And there you go, daily market recap video. Click here. You can subscribe to them. They're all free, of course. So by the time I finish, usually around 1:15, 1:20, they get sent out about an hour after that. So you should get it in your email. All right, so I will put myself on mute. First of all, put the announcement in. Staff, okay, very quickly. Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, listen, I mean, there's a big topping tail there. So, yeah, I mean, there's some activity, obviously. They had a lot of activity. This is one of my least favorite stocks. Like, we've seen this do this many, 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 many times, especially in the pre market. I think this was the day that it actually kind of did something once the market opens. But we see this sort of action in the pre market a lot with staff. So, I really don't have anything more to add. All right, guys, so I will put myself on mute. All right, everybody, I'm back. Okay, I'm just answering a question. How to add a notification to an alert? Are you talking about a price alert in the price alert window? How to add a notification? Is that what you mean? Or how to actually create a price alert? So I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. Yeah, there's no point. Yeah, focusing on the float is. I mean, yeah, it's exciting to get into these low floaters, but I mean, it's not easy. Yeah, they look. Screen is gone. Really? Hmm. How about that? Are we back? Okay. It probably is. The resolution is probably not great right now, and it should get better. Okay, so I'm trying to answer somebody in the YouTube feed. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? AH. Well, guys, this is the one that I took yesterday in the simulator and held it overnight. ZKIN. Kept waiting for this move yesterday, to be honest, and never really happened. So it's a day late. Yeah, no, I just a gentleman has asked me a question just above you, Samantha, and he's asked me, but I can't help him unless he can hear me and see my screen. So that's why I said AH. Ground control. Yes, yes. What brokerage is tied to? Okay, so to answer your question, there's no brokerage. If you're asking what can you use with this brokerage plus window to trade from within Trade Ideas, you'd need an interactive broker's account. Okay, but it's not. Is that what you mean? But first and foremost, Trade Ideas is a scanner, and we happen to link with many brokerages. Linking in that when you click on an alert and you establish a link, the symbol will show up in your brokerage platform, and then you can trade within your brokerage platform. Okay. The only major difference, though, if you happen to have an interactive broker's account, you can use this brokerage plus window to connect to your interactive broker's account. It's not mandatory. Then I can't help you if you can't hear me. I'm talking to somebody in YouTube. Okay, JJ, does that make sense? Just close it out at the end of the day. Get rid of every trade. It'll start afresh. Okay, so you just have to close it down at the end of the day, and that's it. Yeah, you can have trade ideas loaded on as many devices as you want, but you can only have it running one device at a time. Okay? And that leads me to a good point, a little segue into saving things to the cloud and all, because if you have multiple devices that you want to have trade ideas on, it's no problem. You can have it on a laptop, you can have it on your desktop, you can have it on a tablet, even on your phone. I mean, listen, it's pretty small, but and then if you've saved your layouts to the cloud and individual windows to the cloud, all you have to do is go to the toolbar and file load from cloud, and then it'll be there. So you don't have to recreate everything each device. Well, yes, it does. If you like, I was just saying, Jimmy, I didn't. I took this trade yesterday, the Zkin yesterday, okay, and it carried over today. It'll carry over for as long as you want. So can you hear me? You start off on $100,000, but if you close out every trade at the end of the day, you'll have 100,000 again the next day. But if you keep trades, and obviously it'll be $100,000 minus whatever the trades you're carrying is. Okay. Absolutely. Just right click, configure, and then where it says summary, click on summary, and then you can rename it and just say okay, and that's it. The only broker you can, if you're talking about using this window called Brokers Plus and trade, is Interactive Brokers. Okay, but you can connect to TDA so that when you click on an alert, it'll load into your platform and you trade from within your platform. Yeah, so sorry, you can't hear me, but Okay, what's happening with B Cove? Well, remember I was mentioning CYBE earlier as an earnings play, and didn't like the volume. Man, look at this though, right straight down. Now, you might be wondering, I did not take this trade out manually. What I had done is, you notice right there, this isn't just yesterday or even 2 days ago. I can't really remember anymore. Might have been just yesterday, but I put a profit target at 2. Now, had I been following this a lot more closely, like real money, I probably would have moved that target up, but I allowed it to take it out. You can just probably see a very, very, very faint line there. So that's why I took it out for, well, it says $80 gain, because I put a target of 2 and it hit it. So that's how you can, do it automatically. And that's part of this, especially if you, really important with the stops. A lot of people just will not obey their stops. So if you're one of those people that will not obey your stops, then sure, put the stop right on the chart, and if it happens, it takes you out, it takes you out. You don't start second guessing and moving it down. Bottoming, I don't know. I don't know the strategy. Where is it from? I don't have it. I mean, I'm sure it means a big bottoming tail and probably, where is it from, Jimmy? Is it one of the AI strategy? If it's one of the AI strategies, you can't modify it because you don't have access to the strategy. All right, well, load it. And all you have to do, if you want to modify it, just load it and then right click on it. You can see, I mean, do a lot of this yourself. Right click on it, configure, and go to summary. You'll see the filters that they're using, okay? And that should give you a bit of a clue. All right, you can modify the price range, and yeah, take it, all you have to do is click on it, or just save it to the cloud. All right, so take that bottoming tail, right click, save or share to cloud, save it. So then when you exit the channel, then just bring it back from the cloud, and then you can take a look at it. Not nowhere near as good as yesterday, the Dreamer. I mean, it had one really nice one with the TRTN short. The Ozark has been really spotty. But yesterday, I think we had about 5 or 6 or 7 that were up at least 2% and some up, 10%. So I ended up focusing on the wrong one. Oh, it influences. Well, if it's not if the stock doesn't have a specific catalyst, then it influences it. I don't like to trade stocks that don't have a catalyst because they are too beholden to the market. All right, so a lot of the stuff that we see here, they're even those. I mean, within reason, they will start trading with the market. But I mean, if I were going to get into something because I saw the market moving higher, and I thought, okay, well, this stock should move along with it, fine. But the minute the market would turn, I'd be probably out. Or the sector. It's also, look at the sector it's in. What is its sector doing? But most of the time, these 1 to 20 stocks, a lot of them seem to be low floats. They're not by design. I have not put a low float filter in here. No, I mean, that's not low, 40 million. But most of them have got some kind of a catalyst for whatever reason. I mean, look at this 15 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Compare it to what was happening before. Obviously not following the market at all. So we're in the business of trying to find these alpha stocks that are kind of trading on their own. If that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so you can hear me and you can see my screen. Want to make sure you can see my screen also. And you're not, guys, we have a very polite crew here. Nobody's ever interrupting me, okay? This is why I'm here. You can ask me questions all day long. All right, so, okay, was your question regarding the price alerts window? Was this your question? Okay. So then was your question, if I right click, let me move this off just for a second. So is your question more like this though? If I right click on a window and I want to put a price alert, say at 950 for whatever reason. So I move my my mouse up to that area. I right click, create price alert. Now are you talking about the notes section? See, right at this point, the alert is at. Okay, are you talking about a sound alert then? You're talking about that when you do get an alert, you want to be able to hear it? Like with a sound alert? Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean by notification? Maybe I'm not understanding your question. Okay, so this has nothing to do with the price alerts window then. You're not talking about price alerts. You're talking about top lists. You're talking about I shouldn't ask two questions at the same time. Are you talking about top list windows? In other words, a window that has a T in it? Is that what you're talking about? Yes? No? But where is it? Where is, you can sit, okay. Okay, first of all, if you're talking about a topless window, you can't put a sound notification on it. Okay? It's not the way it works because this just gets updated every 30 seconds. It'd be pointless to have a sound alert. Okay? So if you're talking about a topless window, you cannot put a sound alert or a notification. If you're talking about, setting a price alert on a chart, and then you want to get a notification when the price hits, is that what you mean? I know this is you're probably getting frustrated. Uh, so what did that okay mean? Okay, you can't put a okay. You understand you cannot put a price alert or a sound alert on a topless window, or okay, you want me to show you how to create a price alert on a chart. Maybe write it out more. I mean, when you say you have a new scanner list and you want to get a notification, well, what do you mean by a scanner list? Are you talking about like this? You talk like what are you talking about exactly? Okay, so you are talking about a top list window. Yeah, you cannot add sound. It doesn't make sense to because it just gets updated every 30 seconds. That's the whole idea of a top list. If you want to get if if you want to get alert sounds, then you have to be using an alert window. Which then you get when all the filters are met, and then your trigger. I'm talking to somebody in YouTube. And the trigger, so in other words, if you have a bunch of filters in place and then a stock makes a new high, and you want to have an alert, a sound alert, then you can do that. All right, guys. What time is it? 1:40. It's just a matter of shrinking it. Are you talking? Oh, not. No, you're not talking about that. You're talking about up here. Yeah, this is just you pull it. Okay, so you grab the right hand corner of your time column, and you can stretch it out as much as you want, or like I do because I don't care. I know today's date, and I don't. I'll just make sure there. Well, I don't even need that. I mean, I know 1:15 is p.m. Okay, so it's just a matter of grabbing it and moving it. Well, relative volume is a ratio, so one means normal. It's just a ratio. So if the stock is trading the way it normally would trade in terms of volume up to this point of the day, if it's supposed to be, if a stock normally trades 100,000 shares up to 142 and is trading 100,000 shares right now, then it's one. It's a ratio. And if it's less, that means it's not trading as much. If it was 0.5 or something, then it would be, that instead of trading 100,000, it's only say traded 50,000. That makes sense? Well, I mean, relative volume shows that a stock is trading abnormally. So, I mean, you see most of these that we see, I mean, it's trading 4.5 times normal up to this point of the day. So, I mean, if you're looking, to intraday trade, the relative volume is not that serious, is not that crucial if you're looking to swing trade. But I mean, if you're looking to intraday trade, you want to make sure something is trading abnormally. Otherwise, you could, you get into a trade and you can't get out. You want to make sure that it's got some excitement about it, be it on the upside or the downside. Okay, so if I told you that a stock normally trades 500,000 shares up to 144 today, and today it is traded 500,000 shares at 144, its relative volume will be 1. You just take, the volume that is traded, and what we have determined what it be is what it would normally be trading, and you just divide the two. So if it is traded 1 million shares, and normally it should have only traded 500,000 shares, then its relative volume. Well, yeah, I'm explaining it. Then your relative volume is 2. So this is trading 4.5 times normal, 4.5 times normal. That 978,000 represents 4.5 times normal, what it would normally be doing up to this point of the day. The only difference between the average volume is it's it is determined on the day though, the time of the day also though. So that's what makes relative volume a little more, as opposed to just saying, okay, on average a stock normally trades, 500,000 shares, and today it's traded 1 million. Yeah, but I'm going to have to use it. I used to always use this example earlier, but do you understand now though what I mean? I mean, the examples are everywhere. I mean, that's why I have the relative volume filter right here, relative volume right there. It's a ratio. I don't know if there's an ideal. I mean, it depends on the time of the day, Samantha. Sometimes, I mean, I think I have a filter here of 300,000 shares. I mean, but I don't know if that's ideal. So some will say I won't look at there 400,000 shares as an example. But remember now this is at the beginning of the day. By the time the day ends, remember that 400,000 shares. It's 889,000 now on its way to 1 million. So if I put the filter saying I only want to see stocks that are going to trade 1 million shares, well, I'll miss this one until it hits 1 million. Meanwhile, the move is gone. There's nothing, Jimmy. My goodness, there's nothing to research. Okay, it's just math. I mean, honestly, there's really nothing to research. If I told you a stock normally trades this amount and it's trading double that, then the relative volume is 2. I mean, there's there's really nothing more to research on it. I mean, if I said to you, people say, "Oh, only want to trade stocks that trade a million shares a day." Okay, well, here's Facebook. Okay, what is it traded? 8.7 million shares. Okay, you might say, "Wow, I only want to trade stocks that have traded like 5 million shares a day." Look at its relative volume is only 0.73. It's not even trading what it would normally be trading up to this point of the day. Not too exciting. All right. I mean, it's up 0.63%. So it's it's not just a matter of looking at the absolute volume. If a stock normally trades 2 million shares a day and it's traded 2 million shares a day, well, probably it's not that exciting. But if a stock normally trades 2 million shares and today it's traded 10 million, it's probably going to be pretty exciting. Exactly. It's just a ratio to SX. It's just a ratio. So there's really nothing to research. So that's why most of the time, I'll have a relative volume filter in place because I do want the stocks to be trading somewhat abnormally if I'm going to be intraday trading it. Not somewhat, I want it to be trading abnormally. Otherwise, why will I take the trade and just take something and have it sit there for the rest of the day? I mean, look at this one. This is trading 122 times normal. Why is it doing this? I mean, why is look at this? 43 million shares is traded. 5 million is the norm. I'm sorry, the float is 5 million. It's traded 43 million shares. It's traded the float over 8 times. That's why it's up 82%. Facebook, even though Facebook, well, that's a bad example because Facebook's traded 8 million shares. For Facebook to go up 83% in any given day, it would take some stupendous news. So I'm not saying, don't trade Facebook or any of the other large caps, but you're certainly not going to get the percentage moves if that is the type of stuff that's interested in, if that's what you're interested in. No, 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 Jimmy. That's just the float. 5.26 million is the float. That's got nothing to that's just the number of shares available. Okay. No, no, Jimmy, the float has got nothing to do with the relative volume and all. Okay. The float is just a number. Okay, and you could have a float of 5 million shares. But it's just a number. It's got nothing to do with the relative volume. Again, if I'll try it one more time. If a stock normally trades 500, it doesn't matter what the float is. If it normally trades 500,000 shares up to this point of the day, and today, for whatever reason, it's traded a million shares, the relative volume is 2. 1 million divided by 500,000. Nothing to do with the float. The only thing about having a low float is that if you look at the MRIN, yeah, I mean, it's traded 44 million. So, yeah, why has this gone up like this? Because the float is so low, and the real and the it is traded 44 million shares with only 5 million in the float. So it is turned it over 8 times. Ah, so that's the other question. And this is all I can tell you. Okay, this is something. It's proprietary. All right, guys. Let me see if there's any emails that I can take a look at as we're winding down this week. Good. I'm glad you got it. Yeah, and listen, I mean, do I understand exactly what that meant? It doesn't really matter to me. I don't try to into the weeds that much to figure out exactly. All I know is that if I see a high number in relative volume, it's good. Okay, if I'm looking for something that I think can have some movement during the day. Here's another. This is what I was going to say. I used to use this analogy a bit. So we have the volume percent filter also. Okay, the volume percent. That is the typical one that is used in most charting programs and scanners. Okay, the volume percent. That means if a stock normally trades a million shares a day, and you only want to see stocks if it's traded double that, you would put 200% in our 200 in our minimum volume in our minimum box. That means that stock has to trade 2 million shares for you to see it, which is okay. All right, if that's what you want to do. Here's the problem with it, and that's why I never use it during. I use it a lot pre-market. I'll show you why. Where are you? There you are. Pre-market actives up. So you'll notice I've got my volume today percent. Okay. Now, never mind the number so much, but in the pre-market, I look at this. I sort on this one. Now you see where it says 64.5 or so this is yeah, I'm trying to find one. If you look at this in the pre-market, if it's at 25, you see this is thousands. This is in the thousands. That's why it's But if it said, say, 25 or 50 or 75 or something like that, just we'll call it a normal number, that would be telling me that in the pre-market, say it said 50%. That's telling me that in the pre-market, the stock is already traded 50% of what it would normally do all day long. Okay? As an example. So that's pretty significant. Stock has done 50% of what it would normally do, and it's already done that in the pre-market. Probably some excitement then, and you would think it would probably carry into the normal market or when the market opens. But that's the extent of my using this volume today percent because, and this is why. You know what? My music's too loud. I'm gonna have to turn it down a little bit. I can't hear myself think. There we go. So I'll use my example. If a stock normally trades 1 million shares a day, and I put 200% in the min, that means that stock has to trade 2 million shares before I'm going to see it. That might be okay, all right? But what if in the first 15 minutes of the day, that stock trades 500,000 shares? First 15 minutes, probably well on its way to 2 million, okay? If I use the relative volume filter, because if I use the relative volume filter, there's probably a good chance that in the first 15 minutes of the day, that stock normally might only trade, say, 100,000 shares. Okay? So if I use the relative volume filter in that case, and even if I just put 2 or 3, I will see that stock way earlier. I won't have to wait for it to have traded 2 million shares. It could be on its way. Now, there's no guarantee it's going to keep going. But again, in my analogy, if that stock trades 500,000 shares in the first 15 minutes on its way to a 10 million share day, by the time it hits 2 million, it may have already run too much. So that's why the relative volume filter can be really, really good right off the bat. And that's why I do not use the other one when the market opens. All right, guys, what time is it? 2. Okay. Ask me questions, guys. Keep my interest, so I'm starting to wind it down here. What was what column? You mean this one? The relative, my volume today percent column that I use in the pre-market. Well, I don't know. Best recommend. I mean, obviously, the higher the better. You will rarely see anything less than. Well, I think I have a filter of 3. I think I have it 4. Okay, that's what I've put. Now, if you could put it at 10. You won't get as many alerts, maybe, and they may. In fact, that's what Holly Neal kind of does. It looks for stocks that are really trading abnormally. But I don't know. But I don't know if there's a best recommendation. I put it at 4 in here. Yeah, I see Autolycus. Yeah, I have that filter also. It's real simple. And Jimmy, you must have heard me say this a million times. All the scans that I'm sharing are here. Room drive icon. Scans that I share, download. Do it. Okay, do it. Everything that I'm sharing is there. including the pre-market stuff. Okay? Download it. Goes to a Word document, and you can take a look at them all over the weekend or anytime. Okay? Room drive icon. Scans at a share. Download. And one of them is named pre-market up. Well, you know how to download something, right? I mean, you know how to, if you download it to that Word document, it'll look like this. It'll look just like this, scans that I share. So here are all the links for you, right? You see something you like, just copy it. You know, highlight it, Control C. Okay, Control C. So it's copied, and then File, Load from Cloud. If you've copied it, I didn't do it. I didn't Control C it. If you did it, and then paste it in here. Control V it in here, and there it is. It would be there. So I'll do it, just so you. So I would. So now I've Control C, and most of the time I don't even have to paste it in if I've copied the link. There it is. I always just say, just in case it's blank for some reason, just paste it in, Control V it in. So now, just to prove to you that Strong Stocks Up is going to load up on my other monitor, there it is. Okay? So it's that simple. So here, all the scans are here that I'm sharing. Retrospect is always a good can be a killer, you know. I mean, it always looks, you know, you look at this, at 77. Well, you know, I mean, look, it is another low float. Anything can happen. By that time, I mean, that had run from 48 to 77. You got in at 70. I mean, that's a tremendous percentage increase. I mean, you'll drive yourself crazy saying, ah, man, why didn't I wait for 104? Okay. You know, the only thing I can suggest and what Real might say is, you know, if you have an 8 EMA on your chart, if it didn't break it, then, you know, stay in the trade, depending on the time frame that you're looking at. If it breaks it, get out. Really? Well, let me. Okay. Strong stocks up. So you're trying to tell me. Okay, I'm copying it right in front of you. Control C. I just copied it. File, load from cloud. There it is. Load. And you load it up, and there it is, called Strong Stocks Up Shared. So I'm not sure. How what you're saying is that you loaded this link and it came up as pre-market. I just don't know how that happens. TR, hello. Okay, guys, time. Okay, so I'm not sure I understand your question. The $18, are you, so the standard monthly is 118 a month, less the 15% for the first month only. Yeah, okay. So it'd be 118 less the 15%. Remember, it's for the first month only. Okay, I will disregard it. I was just going to load. And of course, you can use, sure you've got the promo code, but just in case, yeah, that BEV trade is, as you say, no, I'm not proud of it either. I mean, I did it because, and that's why I'm not going to say, okay, everybody, take this trade. I'm taking, that's something really you have to do on your own. I just left a lot on the table, but I'm still don't often do that. Only, and if you listened to me when I was talking about it, I said, you know what, guys, the spread has tightened up, and that is what got me interested. I thought you were going to I thought you were going to short more at 950. Are you saying it's killing you because it didn't get up there? All right, guys. AEL is moving from the YouTube feed. AEL, yeah, AEL is moving. Yes, look at this. Now this would have been a this would have been nice to pound down. I don't know if William saw this one. Yeah, this CIT is interesting because it had earnings on the 16th, all right, but it also announced a merger. But it has been just, it's been incredible. You're absolutely right. I mean, this has been a really, I mean, you talk about a continuation. I mean, I don't know enough about this merger situation, but I mean, this is what you would call continuation after earnings play. Okay. Yeah, it's like Bart Simpson looking at the clock, and the second is gonna taking an hour. Well, I have to admit, Friday afternoon, by the Friday comes along, I am pretty much well fried. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but it is a pretty amazing move. That's why you guys ask me questions. I at least keep my interest. All right, guys. Here's one that's kind of breaking out of consolidation on the 2 and the 5. I don't know anything about green line. GNLN. Look at the volume that is coming in. Yeah, right. Did I? I probably well when they beat my Bruins. Yeah. Well, okay. If you click on any of the alerts, what are you seeing? They enjoy the show. I mean, I don't know. These are all from the other traders. Okay, so I do not profess to know any of them. You know, they give them kind of cutesy names. Enjoy the show to me would mean okay, sit back and enjoy the show. It's looks like the trade's going to. You'd have to click on alert and see what's happening. Okay, TR. Yeah, it's pretty quick. I mean, they're just text based. I think it's pretty easy to go through them. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was a yeah. Enjoy the show is here. Enjoy the show. Well, look. I mean, it looks like these are stocks trying to move higher. A lot of them are kind of duplicate. You know, my wish is to get rid of a lot of these. There's too much duplication in my opinion, but just for you, I will open it. I'm just trying to make sure everything is pinned so I don't lose. You can't. You can't talk to me. You can talk to me here, but in terms of a phone call, no. You know, again, I always say this. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but I have a lot of requests for, you know, oh, can I just call you? Just a quick question. I'd be on the phone all the time. So hopefully I can answer your questions here. Well, I mean post-wise. I don't mean talking to me. I don't mean talking. I mean just, you know, you have a question, you can just post it. All right, let's take a look at the channel. Enjoy the show. Big poppers. Okay, big poppers. So I mean, you know, these are. I mean, this is not unlike the stuff I've got in here. You know, these are just stocks that are. They're up 11%. Probably. You see, what you should do in order to get, a little proficient is just right click, configure, and take a look at what we've got here. Okay, so the current volume is, it's not like it's excessive, but the price was up at least 0.5% in the last 30 minutes. Okay, so that's kind of what it's looking at. These stocks are kind of popping. It's just a matter of zeroing in on the filters that are being used, and you can kind of, see what it's kind of looking for. Well, you're already doing, no, not talk. Okay. No, not. Can you hear me? I'm just saying you can post questions to me like you're doing right now. You can't talk to me. Nobody can talk to me. Yes. Maybe you can't hear me. Can you hear me? Okay, so yeah, people ask me questions all day long, text wise. You post a question in the off topic, and I'll attempt to help you. That's why I'm here. The other thing, the other thing you can do is, between 12 and 1, you can go into the YouTube feed, and one of the other traders are there, and it is more of a Q&A, I guess. But I look at this as being a big Q&A all day long also. We focus a little more on trading in here, of course, but certainly if I get a question, I'll attempt to answer it. Ah, okay, Eric. There you go. So that's the reason. That's a very general question. It depends on a lot of things. How is it? Is it basing at all? Is it coming out of consolidation? What's the market doing? Um, is it near the 200-day moving average? Is it near the VWAP? There's a lot of things that go into when I'm going to get into a trade. You too, real. Can I come right now? Can I go? No, I'm just kidding, guys. Ask me questions. Actually, the more questions, that's great. You should not be hearing any background talk. You should only hear me. If you have, if you're hearing background talk in your head, you better consult your doctor or something, because it's only me talking. Well, the shaded area you're talking about, are you talking about like something here? These shaded areas? I don't take offense, okay? These are just target areas, okay? So if you got into the trade, as an example, right here at 667, they're saying that the smart stop, if you followed it, it's a guide, would be right down here if you took that trade. And up here, it's starting to, so the deeper the shade, you're getting closer and closer to your stop. Here is a target. Now the target is nothing fancy. It's double the smart stop. So if I subtract 667 minus whatever 640 and say it's 27 cents, if I double that, that's 54 cents. So 54 cents on top of this price would be the target. It's meaningless. I mean, really, I mean, it's, I guess it looks nice on the chart, but I mean, it's just a guide. That's all it is. So you can see if the price started getting up closer to the target, that will become more darker blue. Well, I mean, I don't use it. We have a consolidation in a number of days filter, and you can use that. Yeah, profit target though. Again, just think about it's just double the smart stop. Okay, so here's the smart stop right there. So if I subtract 670 minus whatever that is and multiply by 2, that would be right up there would be the target. But what does it mean? I mean, what does that mean to you? Would you take the trade out? Just because it hits the target? Of course not. I think the smart stop, it's a guide. I wouldn't pay very much attention to the target though. I mean, I wouldn't be saying, okay, well, I'm not going to get out of this trade until it hits the target. I mean, what if it stalls and it starts coming down? So again, the position in range, I mean, you can try it, consolidation. So here's consolidation, okay? So if you use this in a say a top list or in an alert window, add the filter, and say you put 5 days. So that means that a stock is probably consolidating in a certain range for about 5 days. And it's looking at the previous 5 days. I'm just using 5 as an example, of course. Okay? It's looking at the previous 5 days. So if you use that and today it's popping, it will be popping from that consolidation. Do I use it? I don't use it. But because again, it's not counting today as part of the consolidation. Thank you, Real. Well, this is getting me warmed up anyway for the test drive. If you think the test drive for me, we actually is not as bad as it used to be. When I say bad, the first few test drives we had, it was just me. In that, we'd have 600-700 people in the room, and it'd be question, 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 which is the reason why we're having the test drive. But since then, we've added so much more support. So we've got the YouTube feed going. We've got all sorts of, we've added people for support um, concurrent to what I'm doing. I think from 9 to noon every day, not just in the YouTube feed. Well, they'll probably use the YouTube feed. So from 9 to noon, they'll probably have a concurrent Q&A. So it's not 100% heaped on me. It was tough. All right, let's do it, Jimmy. Okay, so all you do is right click and configure. All right. Now do a search. You have to find the filter first. And you can type in change. Oops. You figured it out. Okay, good. So there you go. There's your change. 2 minute, 5, 10, etc. You too, Chris. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some emails. I'm glad you're discovering them. That's why, the visual presentation, that's why I like this visual presentation here. So, yeah, I mean, MRIN is having a great day, up 110%. Look at it, whereas in 2 year range is not even at 50%. It's still way at the low of its lifetime range. So this obviously probably had, you can usually tell a stock with say 5 million or 10 million or in the float. It's probably undergone some reverse splits in the past to get that float number so low. And so yeah, but position is in the 20-day range. It's not even at the high. Certainly not near the high of the year range. It's not at the high of the 5-day range. So you can get just good clues just looking at these position and range filters just graphically. Look at this one. So even though it's not certainly not near its lifetime range, but it's at the high of its 2 year range, and as opposed to, well, let's find one that's. Let me look at Fossil. I mean, Fossil was a nice little trade from here. I remember I think it had earnings back here, and it was a nice little trade. But look at this. I mean, look at you can just sort of see here's a stock that's almost at its lifetime low. You can just see a sliver of white there. So if I went back here, I mean, this is probably its lifetime low. But I mean, it's really not. And you can tell also by the stock composite rating, it's very low, 53. Again, the stock composite rating is a combination of fundamentals and technicals. So 100 would be the tops. Anything over 80 is probably pretty good. Anything 60 and under is starting to get dicey. I think our minimum that we have is 40. So you can use something like this as stock composite rating. So you can see right here, so this score of 99, okay, so we're almost right to the high. So let's take a look at some of these stocks, and I mean, look at Halo. I mean, it's basically a lifetime high. So you're going to see, stocks with high, but it also would have to have a component, not just technicals, that it's above all, it's moving averages, etc. But it would also have, it has to be, I'm pretty sure, positive earnings per share, things like that. So it is a combination of fundamentals and technicals. Another one, Calx, I mean, had earnings yesterday. So these are stocks that are just, so the higher that number doesn't mean, oh, great, I'm just going to take the trade. It just means that if you're really looking for, I suppose, solid stocks according to our score, then you can start, focusing on these sort of stocks. I think I put my minimum of 90. Again, it doesn't mean you just take the trade. I'm surprised Freeport is there, but it's coming back. But it's they don't all have to be a lifetime high, but certainly a 2-year high for Freeport FCX. It is coming back. So I will put this in the room. Anybody wants to see it? Score rating, composite rating, same thing. That's the sort of thing that if you're into swing trading, I would probably take a look at. Now, you could also, think about it the other way, though, too. Take a look at stocks that are really getting beaten up. Maybe they're starting to come back. So have a very low score rating, no more than 50, we'll say, and see what those stocks are starting to look like. Maybe they're starting to come back. Okay, guys, I'm just going to start looking at some emails that are coming into the company, see if I can give a hand. As I said in the past, if I ever leave trade ideas, I'd like to publish some of the emails that we get, withholding the names, of course. Man. See, look at Loop here. I mean, Loop has been just beaten up horribly, right? So, is this the start of it trying to come back? I mean, I remember this when Loop just got trashed here, and then it kept moving down. Now maybe, just maybe, it will start to resurrect itself to a certain extent. This was earnings. So this was its earnings day. I mean, it actually released after hours. And so this was its earnings day, the 8th of October. So there, but it just kept moving down, down, down. Talk about, but something else must have happened here. I don't know. Maybe they did a financing. I really don't know. But it through the 200 day. Oh boy, this bread cove just keeps going and going and going. Was that? Oh, that's right. That's right. Of course, Hindenburg. Thank you, Grumpy. That's those are two nuggets for the week. I can't remember what the other one was. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously popping. The reason why it's not showing up here as an example is that the relative volume is just starting. The relative volume. I mean, this is the big volume burst of the day. Before then, volume was kind of putrid. Relative volume was low. But obviously something is happening, and this was beaten up also. I mean, a stock that was up at 39, getting all the way down to an 8. Maybe, maybe it's on its way too. I mean, take a look at the monthly chart. I can't remember if this was an IPO here or just a simple name change. Oh yeah, I remember this now. This is this crazy, crazy, crazy one. Yeah, just beware. That's right. The high 1035, high 976. So it's above, these previous 2 months highs. But something is causing it. Lots of class actions, lawsuits against it, of course. All these class action lawyers or legal firms coming out of the woodwork when this happened, I guess. Well, you can create a strategy like that, where you have a target, where you have a stop, right at entering the trade. Yes. Risk management. Sorry, order details. So based on a stop loss, say, so if I'm going to risk $100, so then I have to pick, my stop. Where is the stop going to be? I could use the smart stop. So that will. So I'll fix the stop or the stop where I want it, and then the target. I can put a target in. So you can do that, but you have to have an Interactive Brokers account in order to use this Brokerage Plus window. But you're a beginner. I'm not 100% sure that's what you should be doing. I mean, you're talking about doing it in almost auto fashion, but how hard is it to do this? Seriously. Watch. I mean, how hard is it to, I'm just going to do it in the simulator. So let's say, ahead of time, I have to know what my target's going to be and where my stop's going to be. But especially the stop. So let's just say I want to take this trade. Let's take another one. Hey, PBI, okay, the trade of the week. So I'm going to take PBI, a couple hundred shares. I'm going to buy it right at the market. Now, right on the chart, now again, you have to have this ahead of time, but let's say I wanted to put a stop right down there at 750. Now I just add my stop. I mean, really, you're done. Now you've added your stop, and if I want to put a target of 8, you're done. So how long did it take me? Like literally, 5-6 seconds. So it'll appear right on the charts now. Now you can let it run. And you need our standard package, and this is what we call our Brokers Plus window, and you just connect to set. Well, if you're a beginner, I wouldn't be trading your money yet, your real money. I'd be practicing. And so it's a perfect way to practice trading before you commit money to the market. That makes sense? Funko? I haven't seen Funko for a while. I like that. I love the name. Yeah, I mean, this is another one. I mean, if it can ever really break out of here, I mean, it's, on the weekly chart, there's a little bit of choppiness. I mean, obviously, if it could ever really take out that, a dollar away, but if it could ever break out of here, then you're talking about something that could potentially fill the void. Right now, to me, it's having not a bad day, of course. And there's the 200-day moving average. Is it going to really take it out? It's sitting right on it, 663. Sitting right on it. Better picture maybe on the monthly chart. Taking out 8, then, it can really start to move if it does. So loan, unless you're going to, and if you're new, you shouldn't be taking all sorts of trades anyway. But if you're only going to take, 4 or 5 trades a day and they're not all at once, what I just did there, takes, I'll say 10 seconds, okay? Total of 10 seconds. Place the order, add the stop and the target. Simple clicks. It doesn't have to be automated. Ah, well, okay. Can't help you there then. Get the software and then you can do it. You should take advantage of the test drive, okay? Test drive is going to start in, I guess it'll be 2 weeks this Monday. So the test drive starts on November the 9th, and it will run to November the 20th. That's 2 weeks of trading using our software. And it'll cost you $8.99 to try us. And that includes our premium service. So if you click on that link, you sign up for it. You're not doing anything yet. All you're doing is you're just notifying us that you're interested in the test drive, and then you'll get an email later showing you exactly how to sign up for it, how to pay for it, and all that. Well, the test drive it's like if you don't have the program, if you don't have trade ideas at all, then this gives you an opportunity to test us with our with the full package, the premium service. So they're not similar at all. So the test drive gives you a premium subscription for 2 weeks for $8.99. Yeah, so there's nothing for you to do. Obviously it's a promotional thing. We want to expose people to the product, and we usually have them 4 times a year. See, we don't have probably the most often asked question. Everybody wants a free trial, a free. Can't do it. A couple things. Though I wonder about BATS data, but one of the things is that when we do these test drives, why we even have to charge? I mean, listen, we'd love to just do it for free. Thing is that the exchange last time we had 4,000 people sign up. So the exchanges, they don't care that we want to promote our product. If you take out a subscription, when somebody takes out a subscription from us and is using the data, the exchange wants their fee. It's that simple. They don't care that we'd like to give it away for free. So we have to pay for the data. Well, after the test drive, there'll more than I'm sure there'll be some kind of a promo. Okay, but you can take a look at, if you click on my homepage, so if you look at my homepage, okay, and you click on Get Trade Ideas, so I mean, this is the annual $22.68 a year, but I'm sure, well, we might have the promo usually after the test drive is around 25% or a standard. So take 25% off these numbers. You don't have to have you don't have to have a yearly plan though. So 118 less than 25% or 228 less than 25%. That discount on a monthly is only good for the first month. But let's just say you got into the standard monthly, 118 less than 25%. If within 30 days you say, man, I love this thing, and I'd like to get an annual, we'll honor the promo code. So in other words, you can go from monthly to annual, and we'll honor the 25%, or you go standard to premium, even month to month, and we'll give you the 25% off for that first month. So any sort of an upgrade, we'll honor the 25% promo code. Okay? And the promo code is not available yet, obviously. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's true, Autolycus. I mean, that's one of the reasons. I mean, to me, $8.99 is a throwaway, but we have to account for it and send it off to the commission. You do not need premium for simulation trade. What I just did there, you do not need our premium service. If you wanted to set up your own, if you wanted to auto trade, the only time you need our premium service is if you want to auto trade anything. So the answer is no. Try to make it, as affordable as possible. So a standard, so 118 less than 15% right now. And then afterwards, I mean, how much are you willing to pay in order to practice trading so that you, well, first of all, find out if you're any good at it. Yeah, you see, we get the question a lot, is there, find the best dip buys? It's very subjective. You know, I mean, we have, you know, I mean, I've got one here that's called the bottoms and toppers as an example. There's no such thing as the best anything. I mean, sometimes, you know, a scanner will look like it's the best thing, and then 2 weeks later, doesn't seem to be giving me the same things that I had 2 weeks ago. Okay? The market conditions can play a lot into it. But like potential bouncers, you know, I think this is one of the ones I'm sharing. So for instance, so this is, you can see what this is looking for. This is looking for, now this is not a bounce, this is like more like a top. It's looking for something like this that might have been moving up. Maybe now it's ready to move down. Okay. Um, oops. No, I must have changed this. I want my multi-strategy one, sorry. Here we go. More like it. So you can see exactly what this is looking for. KISS, KSS. See this move, this big move? Okay. Now, does it mean this is absolutely going to fail up here? Of course not. But what it's at least telling you is that this is something that has really been maybe extended. Maybe it's finding a top. Let's take a look at MDRX, you know, the reverse. You know, now this was at 1221. Okay, so I mean, this is looking at the last alert that we had. There has been nothing since then in this window, but you can see what it looked for. You know, right there, this big move down, and then did it bounce? Yeah, it bounced. Was it a guarantee that after this move down it was going to bounce? No. But what it's doing is it's alerting you to situations where now you can start watching it and saying, okay, let's see, will it continue down more or will it stall and then start to bounce? Whether that's the best, I don't know. Knowledge level of what? Trading or our service? Because you can definitely take a look at the 20 lessons. You know, so you have at least some idea of, you know, what our a topless window is, what an alert window is, how to create them. They're pretty simple. So when you say knowledge level, are you talking about knowledge level of our platform or of trading in general? No such thing as a better, Jimmy. There's just no such thing. You know, I mean, listen, 30-minute bottoming tail, I mean, some might say that, you know, the longer the time frame, you know, it might be a little, you know, like a two minute is pretty tight. And it may not, you know, give you a definable trend. So if you can find, I guess, a nice bottoming tail on a 30-minute candle, that might be a little easier, but I can't say it's better. So Prana, I haven't had an answer from you, or maybe you can't hear me. Wow, it's 2:57. See, that went by quickly with questions. Pause. Pause. There's just too much to go into that, Prana. I mean, I think you asked me that before. I'm not sure if you heard me or somebody asked me that before. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. What's the market doing? Where is there? I'm all about looking at a daily, weekly, and monthly chart. Is there still room for that stock to potentially keep going until it hits resistance? Because most of the things that I see are already either high or a low of the day. How is it trading? Like, is it lots of volume? Is it big relative volume? I mean, there's just too much, to say, well, this is it. All you have to do is follow these three rules, and that's when you should be entering a trade. I mean, trading isn't easy. I'm not trying to dissuade anybody here, but I mean, there's no magic bullet. Start off very, very, with few shares. Practice, practice, practice. Get a feel for it. I mean, I'm looking at MDRX. I mean, I could see on that 15-minute chart some bottoming tails right here. Again, what do the bottoming tails mean? Sellers had it knocked down here. Buyers close it here. Sellers tried again. Buyers. So at this point, right here at 1086, it's possible that if it took this out, this could turn into a decent trade. It's got room. I mean, when I say it's got room, in theory, it could fill into this area here. Eventually, it's just it's a war between the buyers and the sellers. And the bottoming tails and topping tails can really, point you in the right direction. You see a bunch of bottoming tails with the sellers trying to knock it down. The buyers keep, closing it higher. Sellers try again. Eventually, one side gives up for a while. Okay? Just gives up. And says, you know what, you got it. Not for the whole, maybe you've got it for 5 minutes. All right, but we're not going to keep, beating our heads up against a wall trying to knock this price down when obviously there's still buyers that want to step in and take control for a while. So you see how it just popped as an example. Okay? There. CLPS, I probably don't know. Program hedge funds, I have no idea. I mean, there could be some news. I don't know. Yeah, when I'm very, very inactive the last little while. I talked about the trades I took. Usually I post them up here. But I was very inactive today. Homemaker, student, retiree, or between jobs. You pick whatever you want. Nobody's going to check. The only thing they want to check and make sure that you're not a professional trader. And this is a whole audit thing that we've had me to go through. Okay, so other than that, I mean, you can basically pick anything you want. NXTC. Yeah, I mean, first of all, I cannot give advice like that. All right. I mean, it looks very interesting on a daily. I mean, it's broken out. but there's still a reason why it did collapse like this. Does this mean it's finally coming back? It has earnings on the 17th, so that's not an issue. I mean, I just can't make a recommendation. It's 16 million in the float, so it's very, very low. I cannot make a recommendation one way or the other. I'm not a financial advisor, and there's probably a big disclaimer when you come in that says that. I mean, it's interesting. Don't get me wrong. It's really interesting. If you were going to swing it, you'd have to put a pretty wide stop. All right, guys, I think that's it. We've had a heck of a week. Say we started off with all those little Chinese financial stocks at the beginning of the week, and here we are. So I will wrap it up now. Thank you very much for all the help, and have a great weekend, everybody. And I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock. So again, have a great weekend, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.